Good afternoon everybody, welcome back. I hope you're all doing very well. We're here at Brisbane today, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And the new FSLabs A321NEO as well, which got released a few days ago. So we've got a short sector up to Hamilton Island. The weather's a little bit poor over there at the moment, that kind of part of Australia. We're on the VATSIM network. We're checking out that new A321NEO for the very first time. Excited to check that out as well and fly it for the first time today with you all, and also having a look here at version 2 of the Orbx Brisbane. I remember the first one being quite heavy on performance, so we're going to explore it, and I want you guys to try and chat about the differences and jog my memory with a comparison with version 1 and this. So hit like, hit subscribe if you're new to the channel. It's great to have you on board with us. Bjorn, hello to you, welcome. MPS Gaming Dust 2, good to see you, matey. How's the revision going for the train job? Hope it's going well. Badger, good afternoon. Zato, good to see you. Commentator Colito, good morning. Justin, good evening to you. So, I don't remember this bit being in version 1 actually, if I'm honest. They've added a couple of custom buildings over here. Right in the kind of back corner of Brisbane, we've got that big overbridge. In fact, if you zoom right in, you can see the traffic signage over there as well, which is a nice little quality of life feature, bearing in mind that that is either on the departure or more so on the approach. You'll see that, and then the CBD, the Central Business District, off on the right hand side. In good evening, Tango Kilo, good morning to you in Chicago. Thanks for joining us. It's absolutely humid and warm in the UK at the moment, uncomfortably so, almost, to be fair. Performance so far, I think, has actually been pretty good from what I've seen. Oz Trail with this version 2, which is quite nice to see. They've added a couple of nice little bits. We'll venture towards the International Apron, have a little look at that, then we'll hop over to begin looking at the new aeroplane. Also, we've got, as Zato has spotted, ELEVATEX. I think that's how you probably say it, I'm not sure. Here's the train. Nice to see that included in the scenery as well. Off to Brisbane Town City Centre. That kind of does the rounds between the airport and the city. Off it goes. Yeah, we've got ELEVATEX powering today's flight with the stream overlay, as Zato has spotted. Yeah, so far pretty impressed with what I've seen, to be fair, comparable to Volanta, which we've used for many years, but it's quite heavy on performance, resource use. It can be a little bit wobbly at times. Even though there's been a lot of updates to it, it's got really sort of clunky and overcrowded, I think. It's probably, maybe that's the worst way to kind of explain it, but yeah, the UI of Volanta has just become unnecessarily complex and busy, if that makes sense. It's probably a better way to explain it. Got some Qantas engineering and some bouncy castles. Not sure why the bouncy castles are there, but hey ho. Sam, this is your home airport, excellent. Well, you can tell us what you think, mate. I mean, some of the textures are pretty poor. And it's interesting because a lot of people, including myself, have been questioning what Orbx have actually been doing over the last maybe year or so. They've been very quiet, haven't they? And not much has come from them unless it's been third-party aircraft hosted on their site, like COW's DA42, that sort of thing. But all of a sudden we've had their Brisbane Airport scenery, a total redesign into version 2, and lots of improvements for sure. But still some very kind of washy textures, which is a bit inexcusable in this day and age. I mean, we go up close to these buildings, look. I'll just pause for a second. You can see how that's the Australian Federal Police headquarters. And look how blurry that is. This is in 4K on my screen, by the way. Dust2 says, I think they're quite expensive on Orbx Direct. He rarely purchases on that platform anymore. That's one of the kind of interesting points, isn't it, really? We just snap to the aeroplane. This, by the way, is, from what I've seen so far, quite excellent. We'll dig into it very soon. Just want to trigger the boarding. Good afternoon, David and Jay. Good morning. I think that worked. That's closing it.
Traffic Brisbane, speedbird 427, 5 mile final, 19 left Brisbane.
Services.
Boarding requested.
There we go. Just needed a little bit of a prompt. No, we're all on board. The GSX integration with the FSLabs A321 CEO that we used before was very impressive, and that carries on into the A321NEO that they released the other day. That's what we're in today. We've got this rather nice JetStar livery, and I know this isn't a JetStar route for what it's worth, but it's the closest match. We wanted to check out Brisbane and the 321NEO at the same time, so I hope you don't mind that. There's the dispatcher. Looks epic, doesn't it? Look at that. Oh yeah. A little bit stuttery there on the animation of the actual luggage.
Passengers boarding starting.
And we should, he says, get passengers coming on. Here they go. While this is all taking place, we'll go and explore the rest. I just want to make sure they're actually boarding correctly. Dusty says he's got Mod 1A and 1B, a lot to cover for Monday, including elements of personal track safety and platform train interface, but feeling quietly confident. That's good to hear. Need to score 80% or up, but I'm aiming for 100. Good starting point. Yeah, with Orbx, they had that falling out with Pyreeg quite a bit of time ago, didn't they? And Pyreeg basically said they were getting quite greedy with what they were trying to charge developers. So a lot of developers then pulled the plug with Orbx, and it's kind of been their case since, where not very much has happened, and it's become very quiet on the development front with them. There we go. Look at that. GSX is working well. They're all taking their seats. Let's go and continue to explore. Here comes that train again. I mean, there are some nice touches to it. Then I remember the performance of version 1 Brisbane being really quite heavy. This one is a lot better. There are some little things, like the train. You'll see in a moment why I've positioned here. Bearing in mind, that's the height of the platform. Little things like this. Look how tiny the train is. That can't be right. It's not even like underneath slightly. It's bang on the tracks. But they need to kind of scale that up a lot bigger. And little things like that for me, yeah, that you can't. That should be picked up in beta testing at the very least. That should be picked up, spotted, and they should make the train bigger. Because when you see it like that, it looks ridiculous, doesn't it? And then, yeah, you know what? It's nice having the train go back and forth. But when you explore and you sit at the station and you kind of watch it, then it looks stupid. Like David says, if you're going to put that stuff in, then it has to be correct. Oh yeah. You don't notice it when it's going out there. It just makes you wonder what the beta testers have actually done with them. But yeah, little things like that I've noticed, I think are actually pretty poor and inexcusable. You notice a bit of a gap here as well in the textures. There, bit weird. The actual international terminal, which I don't remember being in the version 1, although it's been a long time since. I don't remember it having an international area, to be fair. But if we pop in, it's got a little bit of an interior, albeit very basic, but actually this is all you need, let's face it. It's not too bad at all. Again, mirrored textures, that's just lazy, isn't it? Come on. You do notice these things when you explore it, so if they're getting into the scenery, then it needs to be picked up by the testers and by quality control. There's another mirrored one. Pretty sure they're not like that in the vending machines down under. because they're not here.
Traffic Brisbane, Speedbird 427's clear of 19 left.
A little bit blurry, but you can make out that. In fact, that's that's poor.
Tango pushing back stand 21,
EasyJet flight 402 from Glasgow landed. Tomjet 727 Papa from Newcastle landed. Ryanair from Cologne 1035. ETA 1043 blue. Verona, Wroclaw, Alicante, Murcia, Parma, Pisa, Malaga, Almeria. That's imagine them thinking that you're not going to notice that. That's that I don't know. I don't want to come across being overly harsh, but again, that's just really lazy, isn't it? That's pretty poor. That could be a lot better. Which is a shame, because yeah, Brisbane is obviously one of the biggest airports, sort of status-wise or fame-wise, I suppose. With oh look, that one's done correctly. In Australia, certainly a lot of people flying to and from the UK seem to be using Brisbane or Sydney then hopping to Brisbane or something like that. So it's quite important they get these things right, because it's inexcusable. You're putting stuff in, do it right. The actual international apron, which is where all the A380s like Emirates and all that park, and British Airways, this apron area looks pretty decent, doesn't it, on the outside? Hey Jack, welcome matey, hope you're well. Airdog, good to see you. Yeah, so this bit's pretty decent. I can't find fault with it. Maybe the textures here very blurry until you get very close, and then they pop up. But again, bearing in mind, what was that, 717s? Yeah, fair enough. 757, A350-1000, 340s, 359s, triples. Any A380s? Let's try another stand, because I know Emirates park here. They park more in this bit over here, don't they? Sam says that interior is just absolutely terrible. It's nothing like the real interior. Some Alive. You know what, mate? I can't remember how. There we go. Some more. Crikey. The LODs need a lot of work. A lot of work. 767, A340s, 350s, 777-200s, 340s, 777-300. No A380. See, that one's okay, look. So they've kind of semi-done the LOD there. Some of them you have to go really close up. Again here, look. Version 2 is meant to be like, you know, the big update and all that kind of stuff, and yeah, you've got to put effort into getting these things right. Boarding complete, so we've got 15 minutes before we're due to push. Okay, these look like the A380 stands. Surely. 310s, 350s. There we go, A380. Lovely job. Got to go right down to here to get the LOD working, which means that we're literally, look how low we are. So yeah, some improvements to the textures. The gates look good from far away, but when you get close you can see how blurry the textures are and low resolution the textures are. You know, like the high-vis tape there, for example. But then the jetways, look how good they look in comparison. So there's really good bits, and they've also got some really kind of low quality sections, which just it's an odd contrast. What else have we got here? Let's go this way.
Velocity 172 is 15 miles to the south inbound.
Airfield textures here look quite nice, don't they? In fact, let me just go into drone camera, just pop that onto auto and see if this makes a difference to autofocus. Not really. Paul says Orbx have definitely gone backwards. Yeah, like little. Look at that. okay, that's loaded in, that's loaded in, that's loaded in. There's different LODs, and they only get decent when you get to here. And then you can see there, look how quickly it goes a bit crackly and a bit weird. Big engineering hangars over there. Craig says, I think some developers are struggling with the new LOD system with msfs 2024. Yeah, I have heard that quite a bit as well, to be fair. The thing is, I like some of the sections of this version too. I'd have to remind myself of the price of it. There are some really nice areas that I don't remember being there in version 1, and I remember version 1 on my old system being very, very heavy on performance, which struggled somewhat with system performance and stuff, but this one seems a lot better. Look at the size of that hangar. Now that's a texture done okay. Well, maybe not when you get close. From here, look, it looks very nice, doesn't it? It's just when you get close. Yeah, some unnecessarily low resolution areas. And we've got some more FBO bits over there. Virgin Australia's hangar, for example. Right, so let's cross back over. There's an overview of the rest of the airfield. Look, looking pretty decent. Crikey, it's hot in here. Justin, have you got version 2, mate? Ah, there you go. Yeah, cool. You've answered that there. So in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, this version 2 of Brisbane looks very good, he says.
Back from stand 30 fishing.
Although, Justin, I'd imagine you've still got those kind of backwards textures and things in the international terminal, have you? Because that's going to be across both versions, I would imagine. But the LODs, I suppose, is a 2024 msfs 2024 kind of related issue with the newer LOD system, because it's, yeah, most sceneries are like this from far up. Sam says, I must say the only good and accurate part of the update so far is the apron, and even then some of the markings of the aircraft are very inaccurate. We are tracking the flight today on New Sky as well, by the way, our virtual airline client. If we've got time at the end, what we'll do is a turnaround and then bust on back to Brizzy just to see what turnaround will look like. Here's the older apron and terminal area. Some of the jetties are like that, old school kind of style, and then some of the newer ones have got the moving bits. And this has also got a nice little interior. Let's look at the screens. So this one here, the departures, that's Hobart, Canberra, Sydney, Brisbane, Perth, etc. And that was in the case, that was the same with the international terminal, but then this one is the European. And that's just inexcusable. But then the pilot there is very high resolution. Cool, we'll go out round the rotunda. I mean, this is odd because there's a few people saying in the chat that this is not what it looks like in real life, but you know, Orbx is an Australian company, so you'd think they'd get this done correctly. All those boards on the left, they're all correct. They've got flights to Christchurch and Auckland and things like that. Kuala Lumpur. Glass textures, very weird. And there's some more reverse things. Maybe, Jack. Or it's like the Aerosoft A330 where they've gone, oh right, it's taking too long, just send it, we need the money. We'll deal with the complaints afterwards. There's not much else in there really to see, is there? Let's have a look at the land side. Again, like, this bit's really good. Look at that. That's quite nice. This is where it kind of just doesn't really make sense, because some of the areas are really good. And then you've got like textures like that that are very blurry. And you know, none of that hides on a 4K system. And that one is pretty decent quality. Yet behind it, you've got blurry textures, even going up the ramp. Look, Sam says this car park is the best area to plane spot, and they've done really well on the textures there by the looks of it. That looks really cool. So the train is good, but it's absolutely tiny. Got a couple of like the taxiway balancing areas over there, look, with the road that goes underneath. Takes you off up that way. And that's kind of it, folks. There's a tower, but there's not really very much of an interior. But I love the backdrop here. And you can see the rain. Got live weather. Naturally, it's night time in Brisbane at the moment. Let's just turn the clocks. So I've set it to 12:51, 12:21. Let's look at the nighttime lighting. That hotel over there, that Pullman, looks dreadful. Look at that. That looks really nasty.
Brisbane traffic, IFR
And then you've got
757, Velocity 172,
really
9
cool looking
miles
night lights
runway
there.
19 left, Brisbane.
That's very blurry, look at that. Let's go right up close in case it's in the msfs 2024 LOD issue. Nope. But they've nailed these bits. Look how cool that looks.
Brisbane traffic Osprey 598 at gate 20, push and start
Can't remember where we
heading
parked.
north.
There we are.
Osprey 598.
Yes, there we go.
And Brisbane traffic, Osprey 2472, stand 40
Yeah, it's
Alpha,
night time
push
in Brisbane.
start.
So this is live time, but obviously because we want to kind of enjoy the scenery, we've wound the time back a little bit. Here's the A321NEO from FSLabs, and it's pretty awesome from everything I've seen so far. They need to improve the kind of packs that they have for it, because this is an included livery, but the cabin packs that they have, which have like bespoke cabin announcements and things, only have a very limited selection. And I remember it being pretty much the same on release of the A321 CEO, with like BA, Air Berlin, Thomas Cook, Condor, a few others. So I'd like to see some like JetStar ones. Let's see, look at that, mega bright jeepers. But it does have a cabin. And GSX is very compatible with it. See if I can flick the switches. Okay, well they're not animated like they are on Phoenix. I've set a couple of custom views for today. Indy says hello. Almost forgot to start the flight. FSLabs A321NEO Leap is not a match for airframe A321NEO. Oh, crikey. I can't even track it. I'd have thought it had been released and updated pretty quickly. That's a real shame. So it means I've got to just delete it. Can't track it on New Sky then. I shall close that program. See, Brisbane looks really good from here, doesn't it? From the airport, from the aircraft. I suppose that is, the argument there is that's all that matters. We've got a little cabin view as well, just to finish it off. My RTX 4090 is absolutely chucking the heat out at the moment. Christ. Right, let's get the APU on. all these little displays and things you have to kind of turn up and on, for example.
Brisbane traffic, Oscar 784 taxiing to holding point Alpha 1, runway 29 left, via Charlie 3 Tango, Bravo, Bravo 1, Alpha 1.
And it has that more modern kind of digitised RMP. Transponders down there, and you have like TCAS above and standby, different modes. We'll kind of play with that as we get airborne. And this is all very easy to kind of create as well. So we're going to be on the charts, taxiing down to 19 left, Bravo, or Alpha 1, sorry, for the hold point, and we're going to take off onto the BIXAD 2 RNAV departure. So initially heading to City, and then turning up to Togin with a right turn to Albub, max 240 until Albub, and then climbing up to 10,000 feet away through transition altitude to BIXAD, and then working our way up the coastline like so. BIXAD good, so low for GLA. For Gladstone, Runla into Hamilton Island, where it is very windy and very variable for the weather at the moment. JetStar 165 is our call sign. And zero fuel weight and things I need to feed in, but thankfully it kind of does that for you. And we've gone for an extra 30 minutes of fuel today because of the weather in Hamilton Island. So I just, that way I don't need to kind of stress about diversions and things. So init A, init B, that's all good. Performance page, we need to just do that in a second. I can't remember how to do it. I'm just going to close the door, the window, sorry. Where's the old handle? There it is. That's locked. Right, what have we got here then? That V1 is very high in comparison to what SimBrief has given me. That's given me 147 for V1, rotate 147, V2 149.
And Bravo, holding point Alpha 1. Brisbane traffic. Brisbane traffic, Osprey 16 Tango, taking off runway 19 left, departure to the west.
So, let's see, we should probably stick to this one, 162. Seems very high though to me. 166, 168. Transition at 10. Flaps 1. Trimmable horizontal stabilizer. Flexible, so it's 0.4 down. DN 0.4. Flex 57. We'll have engine off, thrust reduction 1000 above ground, climbing up in managed mode, so that's all looking good. We need to pop the departure in. 19 left, BIXAD 2. There's the turns. Ah, chuffing egg. There we go, it puts it in for us anyway. I need to refresh that flex 57. 1 down 0.4. There's our speed restrictions. We can pop the VOR modes on. Constraints. QNH is high at 1028. We're going to go on to connections. Services. Prepare for pushback and departure.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey 16 Tango, past 3,000 feet. Final call, Brisbane.
And it goes ahead and it closes all the doors, removes the ground equipment. We've got one lining up over there.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey
Australia,
598,
73, very
taxi
nice.
to
There's Osprey World
19
Cargo.
left via Charlie 1,
Some sounds.
Bravo 1, Alpha 1,
Morning, Ashton, welcome.
Osprey 598.
Ah, Godzilla, you've got to press that notification bell, mate. Welcome, welcome. Hope you have a good weekend. Multipollet says the engine didn't look like the Pratt Whitney I've seen on the Tillis nor the Leap. Well, this is the Leap.
Brisbane traffic,
Qantas
Qantas
8656
8656 gate 21,
from memory.
pushing for start.
It could take a little bit of time for the ground services. So ordinarily, if I was ready to go on VATSIM, I wouldn't be asking for pushback just yet. I'd wait till that tug is connected. Justin says reverse textures on the Coca-Cola vending machines and things like that, just plain lazy. Surely someone does QA, or is this the new standard of just
Brisbane
release and
traffic,
hope no one notices? Jack
JetStar
says.
6815, pushing back
Brisbane,
stand 30 facing north.
Maybe not better, just neater is probably the fairest way of putting it, isn't it? But anyway, let's focus now on the FSLabs A321NEO, because that got released, was it yesterday or the day before? That's very exciting. We've got all the punters staring out the windows at us from GSX. So we are almost ready to go. GSX integration is so good on this. Right, seatbelt signs, light signs, APU, nav lights. We've got no white lights in the overhead, and we've got transponder 2000, 122 decimal 8, and we stand 26. Yeah, not wrote anything down on my notepad today. A bit disorganised of me. Let me just quickly scribble some bits. So JetStar 165, stand 26, QNH 1028. It's going to be 19 left. Bixad 2. Standard push.
Release parking
Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165, A321NEO, stand 26, QNH 1028 says push and start from stand 26. That's good, that's set. Break off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Shut them out. Closed. And let's get rid of the music. Okay, ignition mode start. And engine 1.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey 7H4 taking off runway 19 left via the Big Set 2 departure. Brisbane traffic.
We'll find out, Cuban even.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to your flight today. My name is Norman. It's my pleasure to introduce the rest of the crew today. Working way at the front, we have Tim. In the centre, very shortly is Carl, and at the rear, we have John. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for your comfort, but primarily for your safety. With that in mind, please, we do ask for the 2 minutes of your time whilst we take you through the safety procedures of this aircraft. Thank you.
Brisbane traffic, minus 556, 10 miles final, runway 19 left, Brisbane.
There you go, I've locked the door. Ground service required, and I can't remember why, because I've fixed the thing that was wrong with the aircraft.
Brisbane traffic, JetStar 6815, taxiing to runway 16 left via
2.
Charlie 3 Tango, Bravo, holding point, Alpha 1.
How's the FB compared to the Phoenix? Let's get the noise. It's more of like an internet-based EFB.
Traffic operator 2, holding short at Alpha 1, runway 19 left.
traffic.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey 784 airborne passing 3200, last transmission. Brisbane traffic.
Unlocking gear.
Brisbane traffic was by Fahrenheit, holding point Alpha 1 at number 2.
Looking good.
Bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
Okie dokie. Right, that's all set. That's all looking pretty good. Issue mode norm. Ground spoilers armed. Rudders reset 0. Flaps 1 plus F. Let's go to ATC. Let's see what it does. We'll go to automatic just to see. Yeah, that mode, that's Squawks mode,
Brisbane
Charlie.
traffic, Qantas 86,
To answer your question,
Charlie 1,
Skymaster.
Bravo, to holding point Alpha 1 for departure runway
To the
19
HF.
left, Brisbane.
We wanted down 0.4, wasn't it? So we're just going to go to flight plan on that one. Performance page, down 0.4. Which is about there, but we can verify that by means of checking the flight control page. And we're going to do some control surface checks. So let's go to that one. Look at that. Very cool. Oh, it's raining. That's all good. Let's get predictive wind shear GCS. Oops. Automatic. We'll turn the weather radar on shortly. We'll pop that out of the way. So what I've also gone and done, just so you guys can see, I'll just clear that. We've got pedal disconnect, but I've turned the sticky button on. So now we get the rudder pedals can be controlled completely on their own, or if I want to ground steer, I can click pedal disconnect and it will steer with the tiller.
Traffic goes by 2472.
Right, that's
out runway
good.
19 left. Traffic.
Yeah, don't forget the auto brake. I feel a bit rusty today, I don't know why. And managed mode. I think that would depend on your sound card, Cuban Demon. Because I've got quite a bassy sound card here, to be fair.
Brisbane traffic, Qantas 556, runway 19 left clear.
Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165's taxiing out of Charlie 3, left Bravo to hold Alpha 1, runway 19 left, Brisbane.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey 2.72, rolling runway 19 left on the big side to departure. Brisbane traffic.
Brisbane traffic was by Fahrenheit, line up runway 19 left for
Yeah, I can see a little bit of ground
big
spray.
flood to departure.
I'm just going to investigate
And
that a bit more once
few
we level
minutes.
off into a straight line.
For delay between
There goes
aircraft.
Ian. Zoom, zoom. Let's get straight line. Bear in mind with the tiller, there's a little delay in the steering, so you've got to be a bit precise with it. Right, okay. Make sure we are Taxi and idle. It's getting really kind of hazy and a bit dark, isn't it? Let's see what we've got with the wipers. That looks like it's keeping the scent a bit clear. Yeah, look at that. So the wipers actually kind of dispel the water. So if you look at the centre of that screen,
And Brisbane traffic, Osprey 2.
there's a little bit of a jump lag.
300 feet on the big
We can turn that on, that's pretty snazzy. Right, take off config test.
See ya.
Pitch trim, MCDU, disagree. Okay, good. Just needed to resync that. No, we're going to get it again. Dead shuffling X going on now. What is going on? Whisper Evans, thank you, matey. Thanks for subscribing. Right, let me just bring some brakes in here because I don't really know what's happening. There we go. My keyboard keybinds are going weird as well in MSFS 2024 today, it seems. Right, flight control, pitch, trim, MCDU, centre of gravity, disagree. Let's just find that CG figure then. Maybe that's reset.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey Fahrenheit, take off runway 19 left for Big Sur to departure, Osprey Fahrenheit.
Over the place. Turn the trim wheel manually.
Brisbane traffic, JetStar 6815 from Alpha 1 lining up runway 16 left. Brisbane.
Oh, hold on. Let's just reset to 0.4. Just let it stabilise. Try again with a manual change. No. Take off. Stab trim 0.4 down. Pitch trim, MCDU and centre of gravity, disagree. I just, yeah, I knew I'd do that. Right, we'll turn left and
Brisbane
left.
traffic, Osprey Fahrenheit,
I don't know why the trim is doing that.
2,000 feet, climbing to flight level 380.
Aileron, rudder, they're all set and they're all okay. We have to turn around now because we've gone a bit wrong sorting out this issue. Let's see what's in the tech log. Got nothing. Turn that off because it's not raining anymore. We've got no failures active. The only thing we have got is it says ground surface required, but so a reset fault function somewhere. No, not really. Spin it. What we might have to do is take off with the warning disagree. Which menu, Jay? Do you mean in here? Oh no, I don't have anything like that. In the you mean in the sim like assistance menu, right? No, I don't have anything like that, mate. We could check before departure though. What I'll do is I'll just hold here.
Brisbane traffic, JetStar 6815, departing runway 19 left via the Big Sad 2 departure.
Let's just have it all on. Custom yellow AI auto trim is off. If driver comp, no. No, we're down, definitely down. So it appears there's a slight bug with that then, I think. It's the only reasonable explanation, I think. Unless... No, that's fine. TC, transponder, TARA, above, alt reporting is on. That's all good. Back to VHF. Rain's back with us. We're going to get a takeoff warning alert, but we do have takeoff config normal there though, so we'll see if we can get away with it. Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165 is lining up via Alpha 1, runway 19 left. Strobes, lights, signs. No white lights. Takeoff memos, no blue. And with 3 dots. Nav, speed and altitude. We've got that centre line sorted out. I've got no idea when the last departure was. What we can do now is just hold it on the brakes. I'll turn the pedal disconnect off and we'll just have a little look at the lights from the outside. Even the spinner with frame generation looks really good. There's the APU kind of external valve. And we've got the heat blur coming back, the engines look superb. Right, so I'm just going to hold it on the brakes here and I'm just going to spool up a little bit. Sounds good.
Brisbane traffic,
turns out I did get disconnected.
Airborne runway 19 left, climbing to 5,000 via Big Sad.
Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165's lining up 19 left. D's. Okay, right. We can listen for some of the noise on the outside and the inside for a moment. Sounds pretty good. Just while we wait, we're going to have a look at ELEVATEX. So here it is. Here's all our aeroplanes and things for the day. There's me. Justin's just departed, so our merry little train is off on its way to Hamilton Island already. Carlito, Osprey 27 Alpha's all the way up already, and Hamilton Island is surrounded with lots of pretty poor weather at the moment, so it's going to be quite spicy on the way in, but really very impressive, nice clean user interface, and actually I'm very impressed with how this all looks at the moment, in fairness, compared to Volanta. It's just clean, efficient, very easy to navigate around. The only issue I do seem to have is I can't seem to take any screenshots with it. I don't know why. Right, let's go. Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165, just taking off 19 left, BigSAD 2 departure Brisbane. So, just going to refresh. We've got QNH 1029. Brakes off. Two clicks, flex SRS, runway nav, disregard. Okay, so it's not detecting the flex, but there we go. Now it's kind of recognised it, but we'll do a recall in a second. We're already through 100 knots.
Traffic, quantity.
On rotates.
Continue up to flight level 360, Brisbane.
It's very heavy in comparison. Positive rate, gear up. This hand flies fantastic. Look at that for rotation. Okay, no more rain, let's just get rid of that. Gonna do a little recall. Normal, so it must be a little bug. Okay, right. Thrust, lever, climb. No, as in, for some reason, Zato, I don't seem to be able to take screenshots at all at the moment. My Xbox thing isn't working.
End of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time.
Flaps up.
This includes e-cigarettes. In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase from our selection of fresh food available today. All details can be found in your in-flight brochure. You can also...
Darren, afternoon from a muggy Hertfordshire. Yeah, it's very sticky at the moment, isn't it? Right, flaps are up, ground spoilers disarmed. Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165 is airborne through 3600 City on BigSAD 2. Particle. Cruise altitude, flight level 340 for today. Let's just wind it up. And we'll climb our nav modes. That's all good. And turning over the central business district. Let's just pop over to Dave's station. Look at that. Yeah, I don't know why it's not letting me take screenshots at the moment. And into the cloud. I don't see very much. Very awesome noise. Cabin pressure. That's rather strange. Cabin altitude's very high. Let me just put it back onto automatic, see what it does. Yeah, close the windows. Oh, hold on. Christ almighty. That's a horrible click spot. Right, well, we'll give it a minute. I'm sure that'll stabilise. But at least you can see the cabin environment's simulated, my god. It's fine. 12,000 feet for cabin altitude. People can still breathe. Nav barrow reference discrepancy. It's because they're not linked. Kind of want them to be synced as well, because that's quite annoying. Magnum, welcome. Yeah, that's like a tiny little click spot, and if you just wriggle it ever so slightly or pass past it with your mouse click, then it dips the button, and then all of a sudden it's not locked. Should have picked up on that earlier, to be fair, but I didn't. But anyway, that's all good, and that cabin altitude is coming back down again. Nighthawk says, oh, my whole flight plan disappeared in the Phoenix MCDU after takeoff. Crikey. From here, Brisbane. Have we used almost a ton of fuel already? Okay, we shall continue anyway, we're all fine. I forgot in all of that craziness to turn off the lights and the signs. Right, let's see those wings. I mean, the actual wing surface and the textures look really nice, and the wicks are very cool. They're very easy to see as well, nice and clear. Strobes are quite good. Yeah, very rigid wing structure. Yeah, I think the click spot here for the button, my personal preference would be that you have to click with a left mouse click to press it in, then you can flick and hold and move the window around, because otherwise this whole thing here, for example, look, you can see that little, I don't know if you can, hopefully you can see my cursor, this entire area has got the little left and right arrow, so any kind of movement around here with an accidental click, you've got a problem with unlocking or locking the door. Is that a bug splat? It is, that's cool. That cabin altitude's coming down nicely now. And we've got a working weather radar, so if I just pop this onto nav, I don't know if it's going to bring it up on here. Maybe it won't. Oh. Just going to tilt it. Tilt doesn't seem to do anything. It's stuck on 1.3 degrees. Yeah, so weather system tilt doesn't do anything. The illuminations here are very nice. Cabin altitude's good, stabilising. Yeah, not for the bug, it's not. It's funny, isn't it? When you kind of don't get into an aeroplane for a little while, you forget little things here and there. You cross between Airbus and Boeing all the time. You end up making a little mistake every now and again. we're getting there, settling in. 22,300 knots for the climb. 300 degrees Celsius in my room. And quite quiet outside. So sound-wise, they haven't gone for external sounds, by the sounds of it, in the sense of like you can hear it quite audibly when you're in flight. But visually, it looks very good. A couple of little bugs here and there that we've noticed. I'm not sure if it's bugs or user error. Definitely the pressurization system was user error. But the takeoff center of gravity stuff and the throttle disagree bits didn't seem to be a me problem. I don't think. Is the weather radar the waypoint button? No, that's the waypoints that are in the vicinity of. NEBs are a good one. Or airports, that'd be another good one to look at. To be fair, we're well clear of all of this weather now anyway, so all of that won't get picked up by the weather radar. But when we get to Hamilton Island in a short while, that's what's going to have kind of the radar light everything up, I think. On ELEVATEX, ELEVATEX? I've got no idea how to pronounce it. There's our departure, so you can see here, I mean I love this satellite view, with our little detour to sort out our technical problem, so we weren't in the way of everybody. We've got a picture from Ian there, which he's managed to put on, which is very nice. And you can see there our departure. There's the central business district that we flew over. I mean, that's pretty cool, being able to zoom right in like that. And then working up through that weather, that rain that we had. We've got Nighthawk behind us. That's me, JetStar 165, and I'm chasing Zato, I think, in the JetStar A320. Looking good. Justin is up as well. Zato's up there, 6815. And Qantas 1982. There's another screenshot up here. Now that looks mega. Carlito, nice work, mate. Through the darkness and the cloud. There's Ian, making good progress. Osprey 784. Gatorhawk, climbing up and away, looking nice. I think he's at the front. Yeah, he's almost halfway already. It's pretty cool, and there's lots of different little things like route overview. You can change the focus, have diversions, pause the flights. You can kind of drop that so that you've got just flight details and the calibrated altitudes and things. And hopefully the overlay for you folks as you're watching is updating properly as well, he says. And it's auto brake medium for the arrival. It's quite a short runway, it's like 1,700 meters in length. And yeah, I remember saying it last time, but basically it's the Skiathos of Australia, Hamilton Island. So we've got our work cut out for us today with this big aeroplane, this A321NEO. Got a bit of work to be done. There's the coast. Yeah, my Xbox game bar doesn't seem to want to take any screenshots whatsoever today, and I don't know why. What is it today, the 21st? Yeah, still nothing. Bizarre. Unless it's going into a different folder for some reason today. I'll just check around my system. It'd be good to get a few on there, wouldn't it? So it's not in there. No, it's not having it. Oh well. Approach runway 14, 130 at 25. Yeah, it's pretty spicy. YVHM. Let's see if the Nightbot thing works. There you go, there's the weather for Hamilton Island. 130 degrees at 25 knots for the arrival. Broke a cloud at 2,200 AGL and at 4,400 and 5,700. 21 degrees. And we're at cruise. Oh yeah, Zato, you're enjoying that. How are you all finding the Starship? Those of you who have got it, have you had as much fun as I've had, or have you had sort of issues? Let me know. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Zato says the Starship by Black Square, by the way, is by far the best turboprop business aeroplane he's ever flew, hands down. James, welcome. Good old cabin temperature. Look at that, the cabin altitude sorted itself out. So in a way that's a nice little demonstration there of the cool things that this aeroplane can do. The whole kind of aircraft is simulated as would be expected with something of this caliber. Yeah, it's a strong crosswind. We've got 60 knots at 340. There's no kind of click spot to hide this. So we can look through like maintenance and things. If you've got problems that come up in the aeroplane, then you get kind of options like here about cleaning your windows and things. A lot of them can only be done on the ground, obviously. In the tech log, as you get problems, you can reset it. The one we had earlier was a cowl actuator leak when I started the aircraft. Started the flight today for engine number 2, right hand. Slightly leaking but approaching max elite rate for serviceability, to be resolved on the 21st of June, which would obviously be today's date. So I thought, you know what, I'll resolve it now before we actually go anywhere, because that'll probably become a problem. So we fixed that, and therefore we have nothing in the tech log as it stands at the moment. And then failures, we can kind of click and drag, and you can see we've got nothing active at the minute. We've got service-based failures on, and you can go into here, failures. There's jump ahead modes and all that kind of stuff as well. You can see we've got no active failures, and service-based failures are set to MTBF, which is kind of like the realistic setting. And I've allowed everything to be a possibility. Lots of configurable options. And again, some of the options in the tablet are also in here, depending on which you prefer. And on the ground, you can replace all your brakes and everything. For example, you can view your fuel status, and if you've got the auxiliary tanks, you can have those fitted as well and fill those up. And you can also use the MCDU to control things like your GSX and all of your ground connections. Flick your units. I've obviously got it set to hectopascals. Barrow selector sync on, so that will now sync first officer, captains, and the standby instruments. That's what we were chatting about earlier. And there's quite a lot of stuff. You can even have like call when cabin secure as an option. Turn boarding musing on and off. If you like the older standby panels, standby instruments and things, you can turn it back to classic. Same with like DCDU, you can uninstall it if you want, and you can change your brakes. They have GPS jamming, which I don't think really is a problem in Australia, but if we were flying across Europe, for example, certainly Eastern Europe, we might get affected by it, and that is an option here. You can enable and disable that, and you can also uninstall brake fans if you want a more basic setup. So you can tweak all of this precisely to how you want and set it to kind of relevant to whatever livery or virtual airline you might want to fly with. Wi-Fi, sat domes, passenger visibility, all that kind of juicy stuff. So there's a lot of different options that you can consider and tweak. And then here is where you set, for those of you who don't know, all of your control settings. So sounds, sound volumes, you can turn those up and make them louder if you want. There's no external bits though. And you can set it to specific devices. And that's where you configure or calibrate all of your controls, your rudder pedals, your brakes, your gear levers, thrust levers, flaps, to make sure they're precisely as you want them to be with your hardware, depending on what you've got. So all of that customization is in here. There you go. Loads of fuel on board. Justin says, even with Volanta being a paid-for subscription, I think I prefer it over ELEVATEX. But don't forget, ELEVATEX is still a kind of, is it an open beta at the moment? So it's very early stages of development. Not sure if they're going to start charging for it or not, but who knows? Does the Phoenix have GPS jamming? Jose, hello. How are the sounds? Do they sound realistic-ish? I think so. On the exterior, bearing in mind as a passenger, you're not going to be outside, but there don't seem to be, there's not really any sounds on the outside. It's very muted. But inside, you've got the air conditioning noises, engine sounds and things like that, quite good. A bit more of a rumble and a hum in the back compared to the front. So I think the sounds are pretty good. It's nice they've got a cabin in here, because I remember when the A321 CEO launched, I couldn't see a cabin in their add-on from what I remembered, and it was a big criticism of mine, but they've added that in since, so that's really good to see. Yeah, if you want a high quality A321NEO, Jose, let me just see how much it is. Do you already have the FSLabs A321 CEO? Because they do a deal. I'm just going to go and check their website. So the CEO To be fair, it's an unnecessarily complicated website. It doesn't really tell you how much it is until you click loads of through bits. $70 plus VAT for the A321 CEO. And then for the Neo, which is what we're in today, launched 2 days ago or yesterday. Again, $70 plus VAT. So it's about 50 quid, isn't it? But they do say if you've previously purchased our A321 CEO for Microsoft Flight Simulator, then you're eligible for a special discount coupon on the A321neo. If eligible to receive your discount coupon, simply click here, enter your CEO purchase details, copy the generated coupon ID and use it when purchasing. It is only valid as an offer until the 15th of September 2025, but it doesn't actually tell you what the discount is. Maybe it's in their news section. It's not the best website. Yeah, again, they don't tell you what discount is. Does anyone know what it is? It's not even on their website. Bizarre. Jay! 4 years. Nice one, mate. It does have weather radar, James, yes. Let's run through some of the key features of the Neo. They've got the LEAP 1A30, 1A32 and 1A33 engines all modelled with precise performance profiles. And their relevant startup behaviours, thrust responses, fuel efficiency characteristics relevant to those aircraft, engine options. Phase 2 that's currently in testing includes the Pratt & Whitney GTF engine models, and that will be included in a free update. And they've got both the A321N and the NX variants included. Faithful representation of both standard and Airbus cabin flex configurations. The ACF, which is the NX, is the Airbus cabin flex configuration featuring 2 overwing exits per side, relocated after doors, and greater flexibility for higher density seating arrangements. And that's the one that British Airways has started ordering, and Iberia. A321neo LR support with additional centre tanks. Simulates the A321neo long range with up to 3 additional centre tanks, allowing for extended range operations. And that includes full fuel logic, including accurate ACT usage sequencing, centre tank prioritisation and realistic refuelling and transfer behaviour. DRAMES, the digital radio and audio integrated management system, which is that there, which is pretty cool. Gives you the functionality between all of that, including the intercom and all the rest of it. Faithfully reproducing the modern Airbus audio suite, allowing pilots to configure and manage communications as they would in the real aeroplane. Newly developed aerodynamic and engine models tuned to operate within the tight margins of real-world performance data, including accurate takeoff and landing performance, climb profiles and cruise fuel flow. Authentic newly developed sounds for the LEAP 1A engine family, including interior and exterior environments, startup shutdown, windmilling, and APU bleed interaction with accurate audio transitions and spatial placement. Because these are prone to higher risk of tail strikes, they've also simulated the updated ELAC L103 elevator aileron computer, supporting the electronic tail bumper protection system, ensuring tail strike avoidance during rotation. The A321neo's unique flare mode has been fully implemented, along with soft go-around logic for smoother approach transitions under toga conditions. Updated FADEC with engine cooling is simulated. Realistic ground handling, which are very, very impressive on the ground to taxi as well, by the way. ROPS and RAW integration, runway and overrun protection and warning system. We might actually get that in Hamilton Island, bearing in mind it's close to that kind of minimum landing distance. And fully integrated ATSU AOC functionality. deeply tied into the ground operations ecosystem, allowing interaction with service logic and company data flows directly from the MCDU interface. It did say ground surface required, and I can't remember how. Jose says I think it's a discount of $10 if you own the A321 CEO. .94 knot crosswind. Hey Justin, nice one buddy. Very generous of you. It's gifted a channel membership for 1 month, and that's gone to DC9116. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far as well. Good to see lots of you enjoying the stream today. It tends to be kind of basically one a week that I'm going to be able to do for the next few months. So we try and go big and do some good flights and locations and things. Matthew says, good morning to you, mate. He flies these in real life, by the way, folks. Matthew absolutely hates the Neo's flare logic and general flare characteristics. The thing lands like junk in reality, compared to the CEO, which was the best landing plane he's ever flown. Nighthawk, yeah. Because we don't have any ATC, so we've just gone for that generic 2000. Let's have a little look at the charts then. So we've got... ooh, that's deteriorating quite rapidly. Is that new? Maybe, yeah, it is. Winds now 140 degrees at 23 knots. All the lines, cloud type unknown, but few at 900 feet AGL. Scattered 2,200, broken at 25. Temperature's now 20 degrees, dew 0.19, so that spread has dropped by 1 degree. So I'd imagine the visibility is decreasing. What have we got here for the TAF? Light showers and rain. And then heavier showers and rain. Visibility dropping to 4,000 meters between 12Z and 23Z today. So that's our arrival time. Interesting. That should be quite spicy. And yeah, the runway length 5,794 feet, which is 1,766 meters in total. We're expecting runway 14 for the approach, and we're going to be overflying the airfield on the RP Yankee, runway 14. So, overflying, passing Ovron at 4,000 as the initial approach fix, and then working down. We'll still be in kind of managed descent mode if all works well, and we'll press approach mode to get that final approach mode active for it to fly the LNAV, VNAV, RNAV approach, the RMP approach. And then we should have that nice continuous curve around Hamilton 842 and 841, leveling the wings at 841, max 165 knots, and then inbound 135 degrees with that choppy wind down to our minimums of 550 feet. And we're going to have to sequence ourselves very carefully because there's going to be a couple of minutes of landing, getting to the end, turning around, and then taxiing all the way back to vacate a Bravo onto the apron area. So we're probably going to need, in reality, maybe like 3-4 minutes between each arrival.
Traffic, traffic.
Where's he come from? Can't see him. He's 1,000 below. Well, now he's 1,000 above. Oh, there. We splatted another bug. We're undertaking. Good morning, Canadian Flight Simmer. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. Okay, well he's clear. I think there was just a little bit of issue with the VATSIM data there, where he went kind of underneath us then above us on the ping. But anyway, that's that stress over. I left the charts open while I was dealing with that. Whoopsie. I'm not undertaking Zato, I might know. That's impossible. That would never happen, would it, Zato? So how are we going to sequence ourselves? Because we're quite bunched up. Certainly this little flow of departures. Crikey. Oh. Nighthawk's behind. Another screenshot. It's working for you guys really nicely. What I might do is turn ELEVATEX pilots off, so we can just see who's on VATSIM. Oh lovely, it's right in the red. 37 minutes to go for this spicy arrival. Good. It's we've come across a few little weird things, but some weird kind of throttle trim issue bug that has come across all of this, but I don't know. Might just be user error as well. Whilst I'm getting to grips with this new plane. Let's get this approach configured as well. So we said arrivals, RNAV, there's a lot of them. RNAV, RP Yankee. On 4. Approach via Ovron. Insert, so Runler, Ovron. Just moved our top of descent ever so slightly, that's fine, that's what we want. Ovron at 7,000. Oh no. That must be 4. G'day, Runler. Ovron at 4. 843 is 3,500 max 180. 842, 841, 1570. Touchdown. Missed approach. Next phase. Let's see. Let's get that data in for the weather. So the METAR currently is now 140 at 25. It's very, very, very variable, this weather. So I don't fully. 6,000 meters visibility, so that's just dropped again. 1020. This is going to be spicy, I think. 20 degrees. Transition 115, and minimum is 550 Barrow. And that's 841 to 5 DME. How's that in the log? YBHN14. VHM14. 5 miles. VHM14. Let's go for 10 for an additional fixed ring. 135, we'll leave that, we don't really need to worry about that. How have you got your sensitivities? I can't seem to get mine right. Engineer says minus 0.7 is it, I think, or not, minus 0.8 from memory for all of the airliners with my WinWing hardware and stuff. Seems to be the sweet spot because it requires proper input, and it feels almost as heavy as it does when I went to Gatwick and flew with Infinity Simwings. That's how that rotation felt, which is a very cool little feeling. G'day, Grant. Welcome, mate. Good evening. So we're probably going to have to set up some holds over the airfield at Ovron and then stack ourselves in a reasonably coordinated fashion. But there's no published holds because it doesn't get this many aircraft flying in at any one time at Hamilton Island in real life. Andre, yeah, this is a very different aeroplane compared to even the A321CEO with how it flies and all that kind of stuff. There's a little bit of weather there, look, starting to build in on the weather radar. That could also be turbulence because we've got it set to weather and turbulence mode. Just check, that's still 1228 because it's very late at night in Australia at the minute. Minimums, constraints, let's pop that on. 340, be 4000 in a little while, and we want that medium auto brake, which we'll select in a short while. Atheon, I have asked the livery team to see if we could get a livery created for it. It would be nice to, because it is a very nice bit of kit. It's not currently supported on New Sky, sadly, it seems. But hopefully, again, that'll be something that'll be resolved fairly quickly. Pilot Skippy in Sydney, welcome. Good evening to you. (14:33). We're doing good on time. I think we'll be good for the return as well at this rate, folks. Delta Tango, welcome buddy, good to see you. Also, I've noticed today in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, once I've set the time, it's now, it doesn't actually continue to follow it by the minutes, so realistically this should be like 14:30, should be about here now. There we go. But it doesn't seem to run forwards by the minute anymore, unless you have it set to live, and I don't know why that's happening as well. There's a lot of weird things with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 still happening. But yeah, little bugs here and there that still seem to be problematic. There is, for what it's worth, up here, nice little sun visor. Nice that the windscreen wipers work to get rid of the rain. That's quite a cool little feature, and I'm glad that little bit of rain that we had allowed us to demonstrate that. Although I suspect we're going to get battered with the rain at Hampton Island. We flew in here last time, and it was really nice weather. Really tropical, Whitsundays, beautiful landscape, very good scenery, nice weather, no issues. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens today, because I suppose technically it's winter over this part of the world, isn't it? So who's going to Flight Sim Expo? Delta Tango's asking. I was hoping to, but no, it's just too expensive getting over there. I can't justify the £1,000 that it would cost. My dog's just cost me 160 quid again today for some tablets to see if she's got an allergy. It's nice. Now she's barking at me, telling me off, mugging her off on the stream. Carlito, nice. I should have done a A350 crew Flight Sim Expo set of t-shirts for you guys to order, to wear and represent. Patrick, yeah, there is an option in the MCDU for you to literally hop forwards until final approach, I think, or like different phases of flight. Hey, Delta Tango, busy house. 80 miles to top of descent. Set auto brake medium, just in preparation for that. We've done our approach. Set all that up. Oxygen masks, by the way, are in here. We almost had to use them. We've not really looked around the cabin environment, sorry, the flight deck very much yet, have we? Let's check out the jump seat. Just a very quick animation. Not really anything anyone uses, to be fair, is it? But you will notice, because this is a big thing for some people, all of these circuit breakers actually are some of them poppable and some of them are not. Looks like some of them are poppable. Stick lock, rudder artificial feel, auto flight systems. I'm not going to pop any. We'll pop some on the ground when we're not flying. Or we could do rad out. I won't do it. Not until we're on the ground. They've got some sort of loose JetStar uniform. There's no buttons here, so there definitely some of the circuit breakers are poppable for sure. You guys are getting PTSD flashbacks to the landing gear gravity extension again. Commander says, I picked up the FSLabs A321NEO last night. I sat at the ramp and managed the aircraft performance heavy. My system was really struggling compared to other aircraft. I guess it's why I don't really tend to talk about performance too much, because with the rig that I've got, I'm very lucky with being able to run most things in 4K 60 frames per second, even with all the extra programs and things that I've got running in the background. I have noticed resource usage wise, ELEVATEX is a lot less resource intensive than Volanta. So if you're maybe looking to try and help your system a little bit and you like to run things like Volanta, it'd be worth giving ELEVATEX a go because it's free. you might find that actually it will be a little bit more resource friendly for your computer when you're also simming at the same time. Right, so Justin, you're behind me, but I am conscious I've kind of undertaken you. So do you want me to hold, or are you happy configuring for a hold? I've got one in front of you, 30 something miles. That should be fine, spacing wise. Okay, Justin, no worries, buddy. Right, back in a second, folks. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go and have some water real quick, because it is a furnace in this room with the RTX 4090. Right, nice one. Back. We could do a night flight back to Brisbane, potentially, like in live time. You guys fancy that? We don't do nighttime, real time Aussie stuff that much. That's a pretty overwhelming poll. Thanks for voting. Just quickly go through the thing. Look at that. Very nice. Runner 5140. Just gonna do a quick fuel check. .5 tons over. Oh, I don't use Chase Plane, Justin, because it's not available on 2024 like most of the Parallel 42 products. It's been quite a disappointment actually from them, to be honest. This whole Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 release was plagued with promises from across the kind of developer sphere. Most of them have not upheld the side of the bargain, and it's, in a way, if anything, it should be a lesson to them not to promise stuff that they don't even know if they can achieve. But Asobo should be held accountable for their complete failure with a lot of the promises, like, you know, certainly the big one, everything will port across easily without much change. That was a complete lie. But it's annoying because, you know, I purchased Parallel 42 Flow Pro, didn't get it sent to me or anything like that. There was one of the add-ons, one of the many, in fairness, that I ended up buying with my own money. And it's obsolete, and it has been for 8 months now, which is pretty poor. 15, 12 miles to top of descents. We're going to have a continuous descent down to 4. Ian actually really misses Flow Pro. I've got used to not using it now though. Have you? So I probably won't bother buying it when because it's taken so long. So that in itself is annoying. I don't know. Right, top of descent. Managed. Down we go. A tiny bit early, a couple of miles early, just to have that smoother transition into the descent. So we're not chasing the ball quickly. Void Pilot says he's going to be using 1,200 metres of the 1,700 long metre runway in an Embraer 190 with full flap. Good luck to me. What does it tell me on sim brief? Let's have a little look. It reckons we're going to have a stop margin of 500 metres. No, hold on, that's feet. Oh god. Hold on, let me run. 163 metres. So we're going to have to get it down early on the numbers or the keys of the threshold, because if we float, we're probably going to have to stamp on the brakes or touch and go and give it another go. We'll have to see what happens. But we know now from having had a look at the features, this does have soft go around, so that's a good little plus. So we've got toga go around and a soft go around if we need it. But we'd have to rebox it still, so we're still going to have to pop it into toga then back out into climb. Was it toga then flex? It's been a while since I've thought about that in an Airbus. Hopefully there's one of those big, you know, like a military airfield Nighthawk, where you've got the restraining cable. Hopefully there's one of those. Looks like the weather radar's just running on kind of automatic as well. With the tilt. Just a big concrete wall. We're arriving into AU Scenes, Hamilton Island as well. It's a very nice bit of scenery. Ocean is simpler, because we just float. And I can quickly reach up and press ditching. Which is... I literally saw it earlier. Where is it? Where's the magic button? There. It's guarded. Thankfully. I'd be tempted to give that a go, but I won't. Probably wise to brief the missed approach for this if the weather's that bad. Right, so it's just fly maintain runway heading 135 degrees to Hamilton 685 or as directed by ATC. In effect, we'll probably get to HM 685 here and then we'll fly like a teardrop re-entry back into the approach again, back to Ovron like that. Probably what I'll end up doing just for simplicity. Yes, Yamato, it's got the Sully button. I thought he pressed it, Yamato. Give it a go, Justin. There's the latest METAR. Again, it's changed. This is all the 9s again there. 1335Z. 130 at 25 knots still. Very persistent high winds. I've got AUC, Hamilton Island, NTS trainer. What's your indicated? What's your kind of ground speed, or your indicated? Because I'm at 300 knots now at 2.2, so the Mach number will change as we descend. So your Mach number might not necessarily correlate with our speeds. Oh yeah, look at that, there's a big difference there. 379 versus 432 at 300. Cool. Okay, that's good. Got to try and slow this thing down. And it doesn't like to do that, the A321NEO. Bottom of the descent, that looks bang on there, that's good. If anyone does have to enter holds, by the way, as we sequence our way into Hamilton Island, I'd probably assume that when you hear the pilot in front say that they're backtracking, it would be a safe time to leave the hold at Ovron. If that's what people are doing. Okay, we're status normal. And we haven't forgotten pressurization system this time because we locked the window, but at least we got to see that pressurization system in action, being fully simulated. Ah, Yamato, that's interesting to hear. I didn't know that. No worries, Jay. You joining us for the return? Because you could always begin your turnaround, and then as hopefully you're pushing back, a couple of us are coming in maybe. Although you'd have to load extra fuel for the delay in departure. By sort of 20 minutes maybe, I don't know. $17,000. How are we doing on spacing, Justin? You've disappeared off my TCAS. 40. Okay, that's good. Spacing. 40 miles with one in front. Lovely jubbly. Awesome. That's good, Justin. I'll try and keep the speed up until I get to that pink dot, which is my decel point, Justin. Then I'll have to start slowing down. I bet that was cool. The A146 into Hamilton Island. Mind you, cracking aeroplane, designed for all those kind of sectors. Doesn't look too bad weather-wise, does it? Little bits of cloud. Mind you, the tilt. We can change the gain. The gain is simulated as well, look, so you can change that. Doesn't seem like tilt does anything. Multi-scan definitely works. Andrew, good afternoon. Says, remember when Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 came out and was new, looked amazing? We're getting those vibes now with msfs 2024, and he's going to transfer onto the newer sim this summer. Nice. Tenerife crash was Britannia, wasn't it, Yamato? Was it that one, Britannia Airways? Or was it the two? I'm trying to remember now. There's been a few kind of many years ago, mind. There's been a few. What's that? Q&H. He forgets. We've linked the instruments now, except for the standby. So 1021, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. KLM 74. Ah, there we go. And the Pan Am 74. There. Seatbelts on. There was Britannia as well, wasn't there? Back in that area, was it Lanzarote maybe? Landed and skidded off the runway in fog, I think, or something like that, if I remember it accurately. 10,000. How are we doing? Temperatures are fine. Not getting any weather indications, but there is a weather radar. I suppose we're limited by what msfs 2024 feeds the data with. Got to start slowing down now. Oh, you know what? We'll bust that 10 at 250 anyway. Be sloppy. Let's get the speed brake out. There's that decent bit of deceleration. Do it. I'm on 2024 dust too. Sure, it means that I miss out on a few things, but you know, overall, I very much enjoy this. I love watching those little actuators work away. Yeah, no wing flex. It is getting a bit bumpier now though, choppier. Yes, that was on takeoff, I think. Got a few squash bugs. I wonder if we get the kind of fake ILS. That looks pretty accurate, that's good. $1,500. $2,800 for the missed approach. go to 1,000 and then I'll go manual flight after that, providing the weather's okay. That'll be enough profiles back. We've got a few miles to go, so let's go into approach phase, start to decelerate the jet a bit more. Not all of them Yamato, some of them are. Let's see what it looks like with the cloud. Good. A little bit of the wind, the sea. Can't see Hamilton Island yet, it's just down there. It is in some low cloud. Make sure I get myself nice and comfy, bring that range ring in. Got to get to 4,000 feet, otherwise we're not going to be on profile. Okay, right. Speed's good. Set flaps 1. It's going to help increase drag, even though the adverse of that will be lift. Let's get rid of the music. Sorry, Delta Tango. Have a good day, mate. Appreciate you tuning in. Hampton Islands traffic, JetStar 165's QNH1021 A321NEO passing Ovron, currently 5,000 feet for the RMP approach, runway 14. Full report turning final Hamilton traffic.
Hamilton traffic Osprey 508 on
nav.
Final approach, runway 14, inbound Hotel Mike to November Foxtrot 5 miles.
Into the pea soup indeed.
And Hamilton Island traffic on JetStar 6815 slowing down to final approach speed for traffic in front.
We'll finish the full flight another online persona first and we'll see what happens. There we go, let's get the bucket. It's picked up that constraint, which is good. There's a murky view
Hamilton Island traffic Osprey 2472
of the Whitsundays. Looking pretty cool. Let's go flaps 2 gear down early. Let's focus on the jets. That's 500. Little squirt speed.
2,500.
Check. Not too bad visibility wise, it's just the winds. I'm sure the people in the cruise ship over there will be watching us. And Hamilton Island traffic just on 165's turning final runway 14. Who's that on ahead of us? Has come in some random.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 8656, flight level 7,000, descending to 4,000 for Ovron approach, runway 14, Hamilton.
Hamilton traffic Osprey 598 on final runway 14, inbound Hotel Mike to November Mike 5 miles. Speed about 130.
What's that bloody thing? There we go. And Hamilton Island traffic, JetStar 165 is going around. It's too congested. Going to return to Ovron for a hold.
Just needed top supply to Brisbane Airport from 30 nautical miles to the west. Some start traffic.
Everyone seems to have flown a completely different approach, meaning all of the sequencing was buggered. That's part of the scenery, Cloud Rider. Christ. I don't know what happened there with the sequencing, because I was miles ahead of the next person. We're like 35 miles. Justin, I think you were behind me, mate. You're going to find the same problem, I think. Ay, ay, ay. Right, let's rebox this. No, it's because everyone used different servers. Different approach, Zato. I used the RNAV 14 Yankee. I think everyone else in front has gone for the Zulu.
Hamilton traffic
HM218.
About 4 miles for landing runway 14.
Oh well, it's all good. Let me just resequence all of this. RNAV Yankee, via Ovron, insert temporary. Should level at 5 for now. HM2NM is below us. I need to work out how we can get in sequencing wise now. We might struggle to get the return done. Right, let's go vectors.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 8656 is revectoring 270 degrees for sequencing Hamilton.
And how much traffic? Just our 165 set at 5,000, turning south 200 degrees.
Hamilton traffic, Osprey 598, landing runway 14.
Save on fuel. Green dot.
Hamilton Island traffic, JetStar 6185. Slowing down to the slowest we can possibly can for sequencing with the traffic in front.
How are we doing with sequencing now? So if I go in, Philip, Justin, Aaron, can't see anyone else. So we won't do that just yet. 4,400 kilos, that's plenty of fuel.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 8656 maintaining flight level 3,500, heading 270, turning to 310 in 2 minutes. Hamilton.
5 degrees nose up. I wouldn't want to be any higher, but that's pretty okay. That's good. How are we doing?
Hamilton traffic, Osprey 598, backtrack a little bit and turn on runway 14 for taxi to gate, Osprey 598.
Go for 140. And then we'll go 090. Got a bit of cloud surfing at the moment. Over on at 4, so we'll have 1,000 to lose. Let's just get down there gently. 500 foot per minute, which should do us. Let's keep the turn radius going. (090). Make use of all the modes.
JetStar 285 going around.
Whee, he's gone around. Keep it coming. 06.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 86.
We picked a really short RNAV approach, but the others have gone for probably the more accurate one. But because of that, their approach is a lot longer.
Runway 14.
Let's go. Over on.
Hamilton no traffic, JetStar 6180, 6815, climbing, flight level 300.
Insert
Correction,
direct
3000.
Managed.
Get it right, son. Apologies.
And Hamilton traffic, JetStar 165's now left turn to head back track over on. Inbound for the RMP Yankee, runway 14. Set that, set that. There's Zarto's go around on the TCAS. 4,000's good. Approach mode's off because we plopped it back into Toga, then down into Flex MCT, but then into Climb just to snap it out of the approach mode so it knew we were going around. So we need to like go around nav. But we were still at 3,500 feet, so we had a bit of work to do with that.
Hamilton traffic, JetStar
And it was a bit non-standard based on the circumstance.
6815, turning right, vectoring 170.
Let's reactivate approach mode early. That's still accurate. We'll go to managed. No, we'll keep it set to that. That'll be fine. Because then we can bring the speed down ourselves.
3,500, turning, heading 340 Hamilton.
Oh, Justin, are you trying to get in ahead of me or after me? Just let me know, because I'm about to commit, but I've just realised you're headed up northbound somewhere, turning. Flaps 1. Okay, Justin, cheers, buddy. Heading in. And Hamilton traffic, JetStar 165 is over the field at Ovron, inbound RMP 14. We'll report turning final.
Hamilton traffic,
Down there somewhere.
6815, vectoring right,
There she
heading
is.
230.
There's another go around.
What's
going on with the...
1982 going around. Holy shit.
What are those boards? That's worrying.
Hamilton traffic, 107.
That's someone in the sea.
010, maintaining 3500.
There's someone in the sea. What's going on? Oh dear. Right, approach mode on. Descent final. $180.
Hamilton traffic, JetStar 6815, vectoring heading 360.
Right, on a rate medium. Flaps. Oh. This doesn't bode well for us. Right, what are we doing? Let's go 160. flap 2. Gear down. Which seems quite early, but we start to kind of sweep in, and I just need a bit more space for the brain to work, I think. Crikey. Flap 3. Andre, welcome! Is it just me, or the engine texture is very dark on the livery? Great stream, by the way. I think I'm going to get this bird. Glad you're enjoying it. I'm quite stressed. We're getting through it. 160 in the turn. And Hamilton traffic just 165 is now turning final RMP 14. Another go around. It's definitely the wind. Let's just do a quick refresh of the METAR. Because it's backing and veering and gusting. 140 at 23 knots. 020 for the QNH new. Look at that. Whitsundays are stunning.
Hamilton traffic, JetStar 6815. Slowing down to 200 knots.
Now that was a professional radio call.
Thank you, sir.
On approach mode. That looks all good. That's set. There's the bucket. Just going to chase that a bit now. We're looking for the airfield 160. Make sure I've got my charts ready to go. Max 165 at HM841.
2,500.
We're going to descend down to 1,500 feet. Where's that? The airfield. There it is. 2 red, 2 white. Matt, so we're flying an RMP approach and making use of what's called final approach mode, which gives you the lateral and vertical deviation buckets, similar to an ILS with this type of approach. And it's like an ILS, but we're kind of doing this big arced curve like this. Whoever's behind me might need to do some vectoring out wide, because I'm only just about to turn. Wings level on short final.
Last station calling, ceiling.
Full flat. Managed speed. Autopilot off. My controls. And Hamilton traffic just 165, short final 14. What's with the board things? That can't be right. We got an issue with the scenery. We're about to find out.
Hamilton traffic at 106.
Who else is on msfs 2024 who has this weird texture thing?
841 for runway 14. Maintaining flight level 35.
This is a push for this aeroplane with our weight and things as well, so we've got our work cut out.
Amazon traffic, JetStar 6815, slowing down to 160 knots.
I wonder why mine's done that then, Ian. It's like the runways are completely boarded off. Final approach mode is active, which is great because it actually gives us our lateral and vertical deviation guidance still, but we're flying it visually. We've got 30 knot headwind at the moment, but it is also kind of backing and veering. It's a bit variable. 1,000, what have we got here? 2,800 or as directed.
1,000.
Check. We've got the bird up there. You can just see our rate of descent versus heading and track and things. think it might be swim and climb. It's a lovely scenery, but we seem to have a significant issue with it, in the sense that we've got these massive boards that seem to have popped up, and I don't know why.
Whoever's ahead of me there got visual Qantas 86
minimum
final runway 4.
500.
A little bit of sink there. What is that on the scenery?
400.
I've never seen that before. Anyone know? Anyone know what that is? That's not distracting at all.
300.
I was hoping as we flew over that would just be a minor issue that would resolve itself.
Yeah, number 34,
100.
What the heck is that?
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. Retard.
They're the perimeter fences, aren't they? But they're like a million times bigger than they should be. Okay, right, get her down and start braking. My brakes. So we're going to need to just roll down to the runway.
Brake. Max braking. Max braking.
There's that VRAS, or runway overrun protection.
Max braking.
So I've kind of triggered that by getting it out of the reverse, just so you could hear that, and it's given us that kind of alert. Yeah, they should be they should be the airport fences along the edge here as like a warning: airfield, don't enter. But they seem to have become massive, and now they've disappeared to the tiny little fences over there. So anyway, hopefully you heard that as well. And now I need pedals. And Hamilton Island, JetStar 165's now backtrack 14. Let's make it speedy. Didn't wait 3 seconds, naughty me. There we go. Stands are free, folks. Flaps up, speed brakes retracted. Let's have a quick check of these. Yeah, it's a bit performance heavy, isn't it, when you go to the window view, as somebody said. It does jitter a bit. Good FM, yes.
Hamilton traffic, JetStar 6815, turning final, runway.
There's 2 on short final. Crikey. Where are we going to park? Connections, services.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 8656, maintaining
There's that ground
130
service required
degrees for
message.
separation.
Anyone knows what that is, let me know.
With aircraft pushing in. Hamilton.
And Hamilton Island, JetStar 165 is runway vacated. Stand number 2. We have to marshal ourselves here. Oh, we got GSX. Should probably follow him. Wonder where he was. We overrun that. Okay.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 8656, turning heading 030 degrees. Hamilton.
To go around. Oh, very it's all kicking off here. Whee! Right, let's get this engine shut down. Our APU is all good, that's all set, that's on.
The boarding requested.
Hamilton Island traffic, JetStar 6815. 5 mile final, runway 14.
Right. Bloody Rippa. I don't know, Justin. I think ELEVATEX shows us the data, so we're just going to go on to here and have a little look. JetStar 165. You can see there we departed out. There's our little routes over Gladstone. Bit of self-vectoring there for a aborted approach. And then touchdown. Minus 95 foot per minute at 1.01 G, I'll take that. And then the aircraft was shouting at us for alerts and things for runway awareness, which is pretty cool.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Let's set this up like so. This scenery is absolutely spectacular. Why have I got? I forgot to turn the. Oh yes, the taxi lights off. Whoopsie. It's a very cool scenery. Let's prep for the return. I've got the route, by the way, for those of you in the lounge. You can see it, thanks to Ashley. Those of you who aren't in the club lounge, there it is in the chat. Custom profile here as well. YBHM to YBBN. A321NEO, it's A321N. And we've got the LEAP 32s with 0 ACT. That's runway 14, 19 left.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 8656, turning final, runway 14, maintaining 3,500, speed 185 knots.
We'll wrap it up to cost index 50 this time. Speed is we are pushing it. Look at the fan blades windmilling. Look how fast. Look at that. Because of the wind here, but we're parked into a headwind as well. Look how superb that looks. Very realistic. Bear in mind it's 30 something knots as a headwind. It's a shame none of these screenshots are working. Here he comes. Bam, right on the touchdown zone, very nice. Good effort. That should have that working now, so we can go into ELEVATEX.
JetStar 60, Hamilton traffic, JetStar 6815.
So 1 hour 24 air time. Cruise altitude 190, that can't be correct. We'll go a bit higher than that. Which means actually I probably need to rerun the sim brief flight plan. Yeah, 350. Just a slight issue there, that's fine. We'll ignore that cruise altitude. We'll see if we can change it to part gate 2. And he says that should have updated your screens, folks. Then we can get to work sorting this out for the next sector. So what do we got here? We can go to MCDU menu. ATSU. AOC. In it. That's the departure, and now we can request the new one. Oh, sorry, the arrival that we've just done. We send that off. We can go in and have a little look at the new flight.
Traffic on final for runway 14.
Hamilton traffic, Qantas 8656 on final runway 14.
Right, init request. 350, that's set, that's good. Wind request. Oops. You want the chocks on. Reload sim brief. Bit of multitasking. This is the alternative to Volanta Gav, yes. Just wrong button. That's the one we want. Here comes Justin. Look at these colours. Look at that. Superb. What an amazing part of the world. Couple of go-arounds and some vectors like myself. Handled wonderfully. Good effort, Justin. Awesome touchdown. The apron is looking pretty full. Last punters are going in. By the way, actually, if you've never seen the AUC in Hamilton Island before, let's have a quick look at this. It includes like the hotels, the piers, big yachting thing over there as well. It's really quite cool. Even the resorts that are on the cliffs, it's got a stunning interior with a couple of like the fans and things, but like, where is it? It's got like the lounge. It says, whilst I try and find it, 'cause it's in the
Hamilton
roof
traffic
forward somewhere.
186, backtracking runway 14 Hamilton.
There it is. Here's the departures area. Some very blurry textures there though. Don't remember it being that bad. That's got to be an msfs 2024 issue surely. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, well, that's coming back quite nicely there.
Boarding requested.
And then here's the business class lounge. And then when you board, let's see if I can remember. There we go. Right, so there's the dispatcher. Zato, have a good one, mate.
Hamilton traffic,
The passengers will come out of
aircraft
this
approaching
gate
runway
here.
14. Qantas
Passengers
8656
boarding
will be vacated by the time you touch down.
There we go.
Continue on. Hamilton.
We get all of the bags and things put in. This is a very, very good simulation of the A321NEO. This is pretty cool.
And Qantas 8656 vacating runway 14.
There's in that time the wind request has come in, so that's working quite nicely. So we've got the data uplink, and we need. Ooh, I know we need refueling. You have to remember to do this kind of stuff, otherwise the airplane won't do it for you. Certainly if you're using stuff like GSX with the FSLabs A321NEO. And then we should get oh yeah, the textures are a bit weird, aren't they? Because we've got grey engines, and then on the inside it gets very dark. And we got the BA boarding music, so I probably can't stay in here without getting a copyright strike. Why does it do this to me? We can watch the refueler work whilst the passengers come on. Hey, here comes an approach. Where's that fuel truck? Touchdown. Oh, is that an E-Jet? It is. Qantas Link E190. Got all these passengers on. We can't go anywhere until we've got fuel. Bosnack, how's the plane overall? Would you recommend it? Yeah, it's very good. I mean, look at that. Bear in mind we've got almost a 40 knot headwind. Look how quickly those aircraft are spinning. GSX is pretty bang on. The modelling is pretty decent, certainly on the outside and the inside of the flight deck environment, looking really good. The GSX integration is superb, like the A321CEO. It's a bit heavy on performance. I'm starting to notice it's getting a little laggy in some of the views. I can't work out what ground service request is. Let's see if it's in here. Oh. lots of different manuals and a tutorial flight, which is quite cool. Maintenance, what have we got here? Goes into really deep detail.
6 has vacated 14.
I can't work out what the ground surface requirement thing is. It's jamming, tail tracks protection. I don't know, let's figure it out in a moment. Still not refueling yet. Let's look at the charts. So, just going to reload the new flights. 0 departures. That's because there aren't any. So effectively what we'll do is we'll fly a runway heading, which is 135 degrees, and then we'll route to, we'll say ordinarily it would be Oberon, which is over the field. What we'll do is actually route south straight towards Mackie, down there. Bosnack says, "Oh, buying it, the aeroplane seems to be amazing." It is pretty cool. Oh, yes. Ground services requested, Luke. That's a great shout, mate. It almost makes it sound like it's ground services required, doesn't it? I think that's where I'm getting myself confused. That's a great shout. 170 out of 222 loaded. We're pretty much full for the way back. So, YHBM, departure, runway 14, no SID, that's fine, insert temporary, we've got to give it a runway, and then Brisbane, we're expecting, when we get in, smoker arrival. It says Smoke 1A, but I'll have a look at the charts in a moment. Yeah, that works. ILS 19 left, so we'll fly an ILS for the final approach into Brisbane. So we'll have done an RNAV and then an ILS, like so. We want that chart for 19 left. Short taxi in after arrival into that terminal area again. There's our chart, so we'll do arrival, 19 left, smoke 1 alpha, via VATSIM, which is already in there, good. We're going to have that discontinuity in, that's fine, we'll leave it there because effectively it's going to force us after departure to fly. Vectors, that's from that bit there, look, 1510. But in reality we'll go 1510 then direct MK, but it's just following what we have to do for setting up the jet. We will set 10,000 for the transition here. It's all good, flight directors. It's getting dark. We had fuel yet? I don't think we have, had we? Reset and check of this. Fueling service requested.
Refueling truck is on its way.
There we go. Well, that's good because that's the last thing. Seatbelt signs are off.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and asks to do it.
Love that shocking bit of English. Right, so we can't really do that until we've got fuel on board. but we have got 0 fuel weight, centre of gravity and stuff we can feed in. That's good. Block fuel is going to be 5.8 tons. Going a bit lower this time. Don't envisage any holds. Very short taxi out. How are the wheels actually? Because I used a fair bit of braking. Temperatures come down quite nicely. Good.
Fuel truck is in position.
That is here.
Please don't load aircraft until the
There it
fuel
is,
truck
BP.
arrives and ask to do it.
Move to a clearer window, shall we? Get rid of the charts. Yeah, that's a good point, Luke. That's a good little feature then. Justin, no worries, buddy. Have a good one. Yeah, super late for you guys in Australia for sure. You too, Multipilot. Have a good night, mate. Zato, have a good night. Well, Multipilot staying with us though. Gav's asking what the cost in Great British Pounds is for this. So I think it was about 45 quid. So let me just double check again. Bear with. So the A321NEO is $69.95 US. If you already have the CEO, somebody said there's a $10 discount code currently, so that makes it a little bit cheaper. It's £51.98 plus VAT, so you're probably looking. Oh yeah, it's a bit steep. Depends where you live with VAT and things as well, because it's 20% in the UK, isn't it? But then this is very highly simulated. So it depends what you want to get out of it. Certainly hand flying this is a whole lot better than the Phoenix, from what I've gathered in the past. So even with the A321 CEO, for example, that's what I'm comparing it against. And then hand flying this as well. Very, very nice. They're giving us all the juice. And we want runway heading 135. Heading modes. Init A, Init B, performance. Thanks, Luke. There's our fuel load going on. So what do we want? 5.8. So we're almost actually at our fuel load as well. No pushback required here, but we're a long aeroplane, don't forget, so we've got a bit of work to do with the turn to try and keep it smooth and wide as we head out towards the airfield. The runway. I do like the A321NEO. More so than the 321 CEO, to be fair. I don't know why. We'll see if we get those little bugs on the departure again. This time I might use this as a manual setting instead. You can turn the brightness of this down as well. Like so. Same with like the integrated lights. Because they're quite bright, aren't they? But we actually need some of them up so we can see the displays, but these are like super bright. Can't really get around that, that's just how it is in the jets. Simply 5.8, so that fuel chock will be done in a moment. Then we can go to the takeoff performance calculator tab. Air conditioning on, anti-ice off, config, optional, thrust. We'll try flex. I suspect it's going to be a toga departure. for this, folks. Takeoff weight 78. Hamilton to Brisbane 78. Where is it? 0.2. Oops. See what it calculates. Ta-da! Flap config 3, flex 38. Okay, let's run it with Toga. Toga's more reasonable given the length of the runway, I think, to be fair. 131 for rotate speeds, flap config 3. Sporty. Ian says the 737 Max 8 reckons it won't get off the runway. Yeah, let's see what SimBrief tells me actually for this as a comparison. 2 seconds. I'll just run the data into there. Rotates 3/4 of the way down the runway. V2 is as we literally go past the end of the runway at 150 knots, 35 feet above the ground. So we're literally using the entire runway, every meter, according to SimBrief. So we'll see what we get. So is that with flex? Oh no, that's with flex. Oh, it's not actually giving me a option. Now let's disable that. Okay, there we go. To be fair, that doesn't really change it very much actually. 35 feet AGL at V2, 150 knots with about 10 meters left of the runway. Sporty. Right, so V1 126, we'll have an early reject speed. 131. What's going on with the fuel on board? What's it putting in? 37. Flaps 3, stab trim 3.7 up. No flex. Rock fuel. Oh, was it 0? Got to find a relevant time. Hold on, where is it? 06:29. There we go. Right, refuel instant. There we go, 5.8. I don't know what happened there. Clear the time with a little update, Luke says. That's good, mate. Thank you for that tip. Okay, so that's a little bit better. That's more accurate to what we were expecting because we need to make sure that that matches because otherwise our performance calculations will be out. So 5,800. Bear in mind we've got the APU on. We're now already burning some of that. That's set. Performance page is done. Cost index of 50, so we're a bit quicker this time round. That's set. Flight plan speeds. Standby for the debris. It's a bit of a disconnect with how that works. goes the Alliance. Seatbelt signs. Beacon. No white lights. Hamilton Island, JetStar 165, stand 3. Engine start. Engine 1. Let's go from the outside. Look at that.
And
awesome.
Number 3252, stand 4, engine start.
The Elite 1As do take actually a long time in real life. Stefan, are you in my Discord server? I can just share you the config file if you wish. The one that I've created for the camera views. Awesome. Yeah, look at that. So cool. Let's check the mass and balance app. Oh, what the? How it's done that. Is there a way to force sync it, Luke? To make sure it's actually loaded everything in correctly? Yeah, it is very extreme difference compared to what's actually been loaded. Clone Commander, the ground service request is the fact that we've got basically GSX active working with the aeroplane effectively. While I do this, I'll just show you guys the eCams as well, because it means you can watch the engine start. Let's see. Boarding. Request. Do I need to make sure that is all set correctly as well? Yeah, cool. That makes sense. So that's it then. That should be done, right? And then we go to mass and balance. Ta-da! Awesome. We probably need to just check the data. It's gonna go. I can't. 78.2. To be fair, I manually set that, and that's what is estimated, so that should be fine. Let's go. Flight plan. Earth. Right. Ignition mode start. Ground spoilers armed. Rudder trim. Reset 0. Flaps 3. Also updating it B with some double clicks of the soft keys. Yes, that's very different, isn't it? That's all it is though, right? That's just that one there. I'll resync that. Perf page, manually input, that'll be fine. Right, so flaps 3, auto brake max, 10,000, runway heading 1020 for the QNH. VORs are set, ready to go. Ground spoilers are armed. We need to set flight controls, and it was going to be up 3.7. Oops. Which is very high, but I'd imagine it's to create a dramatic upward pitch for this departure. 3.7 does seem very high though. Flight controls. Left. Right. Elevator. Rudder. Get that dome light off. That's right. Takeoff config normal. There's that bug again. Pitch and trim disagree, even though it's exactly as we expect it to be. So that's not. It's got to be a bug or something we've not quite set up right. But we've double checked everything on the first sector and the second.
Hamilton 9, quarter slotted 6, taking off runway 14.
Right, nighttime return, folks, in the FSLabs A321NEO. And Hamilton traffic just on 165s, taxiing the apron to the whole point, runway 14. Nice. Yeah, Stefan, I can't do that right now, mate.
272, taxiing behind the departing JetStar.
Understandably. This. Clear that. We'll get that when we start to take off again as well, for what it's worth. Let's see. We'll go real wide here. Okay, so I'll give that a go, mate. Ah, it's the msfs brake bug, of course it is. Having an island traffic, just on 165s, lining up 14. We'll leave the it's on. Where's that turning point? It is. I'll leave the APU on just because of the short runway.
6 climbing for flight level 7000 for 120, clear of 14.
Oh, it's got really like hazy and foggy. There's the strobes reflecting off the runway, that's pretty epic. Just before we take off, I'll take a little look on the outside with all of that. Tiller. Yeah, precisely, Luke. Okay, right. Jeepers, look at that. That's how you do emissives. Although the strobes, yeah, the back one's amazing. Look at that rear tail strobe. The wing ones are a little bit fainter, but still pretty amazing. What we could do is turn some of the screens down. We want the weather radar on. We never do nighttime departures, do we? We can have lights. Yeah, that's all set. Right, Toga takeoff time, folks. Oops, I don't want to tick that. Let me just close that. Flight control replay, stupid thing. And Hamilton Island traffic. JetStar 165 is taking off runway 14, maintaining runway heading and climbing to 10,000. Hamilton traffic. And we got so standby auto, TARA. I forgot that as well. Silly me. VHF, easily done. Okay, on the brakes. Toga, remember? Brakes off. Toga, SOS running. Disregard. We know that's ongoing issue. Speed's alive. Power's set. 100 knots. Centralise that nose wheel. V1, rotate. V2. Loads of runway. Positive rate. Gear up. Look at that. APU off. Bus lever climb. Direct. Mike Kilo. Insert. Hamilton traffic. JetStar 165's airborne through 2000. Final call now. Direct Mike Kilo. Hamilton. Let's go, flaps 2. Headwind's pushing us as it's now a crosswind. Flaps 1. Yeah, it shows you how kind of different a lot of these takeoff performance calculators can be, Jack, right? Okay, autopilot 1 engaged. Flap 0, ground spoilers disarmed, runway turn off lights off, and nose wheel lights can come off, we don't need those. Into the cloud. I wonder if there's a way to make this darker. Yes. Lovely job. Basically turn it to nighttime mode. There's some weather ahead. Look at that. Look at the lights.
14 flying runway heading. Hamilton on.
Home button turns the screen off. Oh, look at that, through the cloud as well. How's FS welcome? Luke, appreciate all your tips, mate. Do you work for FSLabs? There she goes. She's saying about exterior noise, I'd like that to be louder. 35. Sets. carry on through transition. Let's just go pool standards. Seatbelt signs can come off now. Night flying, folks. Let's do it. 10,000. Running lights. Stefan, no, I can't. I'm not going to go into the sim settings. Let's just check. They've just been flying it a lot after Phoenix. Not many streamers want to touch FSLabs, so I just had to buy it anyway. Crikey. I would have thought this would have been quite popular, because it is fantastic. It's absolutely brilliant.
Hamilton traffic, Osprey 2472, airborne passing 2300, flying runway heading Hamilton traffic.
Hey Rab, welcome buddy. How are you, mate? I hope you're doing very well. If any of you want the FSLabs custom camera views that I've set up for today, I'm going to dig it out and I'm going to put it in the Discord server. Local state. No, hold on. Local cache, sim objects, airplanes. FSLabs, there we go, jolly good. There. You've got to put it in the right folder structure though, so like it is in the Discord server. Hopefully that helps. Still cycling like a madman, of course you are. Yeah, they did have those issues, Luke. But from what I understand, they've kind of sorted all that out at least now, haven't they? So, I mean, there are elements of kind of poorer quality stuff. Like, yeah, you take, for example, the cabin, which I have locked. Jeepers, that's bright. There are elements of this that could be a lot higher quality, but at the same time, how much time do we spend looking at the cabin on a stream when we're reviewing an aircraft? Yeah, sure, maybe a few times, but actually in the main we'll set up a custom camera view and leave it at that. So the flight deck is where it kind of matters, and I think the textures are very, very nice in here. I mean, look at this. If I just do, let me just have a little look here, nighttime emissives, look at that. That's pretty good, right? See, I'm more suspicious of the programs that CSS have put in, Ryan, for the 737. There's a lot of background processes, and I'm very suspicious of them, especially when they're a Russian-based company. So I'm not particularly confident that they're safe, but I don't know. Some people will know a lot more than I will about that kind of stuff. The one to the left says it's not even an accurate Neo, just a mess of mismatching systems that don't match the software standard in the plane. Even the cabin is from the 80s. So what are you comparing against in the aircraft for the Neo then, as your kind of things that you're noticing are incorrect? The CEO does have a cabin now, by the way. That's what you're asking, Luke. Oh, look at that. Sorry to hear that, Rap. It's never easy. This is GSX, Jack, yeah. With the passengers and things. Ryan says, from what I've seen of the 737, it just wants to turn left and crash. Weird. That's not good, is it? See, I'm yet to actually check it out because I've got msfs 2024 and the CSS 737 doesn't support that yet. So, yeah, we're kind of waiting, but I'm struggling to have trust for that company. A, because they're based in Russia. B, because they say that they're based in Dubai, even though from what I've been sent, what I've seen, they're based in Russia, but they've liquidated the company in Russia and set one up in Dubai as a means to try and probably make things easier for sales in the West. I don't know. That's how it looks. And then you think, well, actually, I'm installing their program on my computer, which then has access to some deeper files in my computer. What is that doing? What have they put? I don't know. And realistically, I know this is flight sim and we all enjoy the same hobby, but realistically, you've got to still think about the possibilities when there are nations that are proven to be unfriendly towards the rest of us, if that makes sense. You have to bear that in mind. $2024 is going well, Rab, the sim. I mean, the night textures and everything are superb. I mean, look at that, for example. Taser, no worries, buddy. There's a bug with the flaps, the centre of gravity takeoff setting for some reason that we can't seem to solve, because we've definitely set everything up correctly, but we still get hit with that as a bit of a kind of alert, faster caution that goes off. Don't know why it's doing it, but it does it. But beyond that, it's been really quite cool so far, very nice to use. Even with the uplink, as Luke says. So there's definitely like a little bit of maybe coding misbehaviour or something like that within the aircraft files on msfs 2024. I'm not sure if it's an issue on 2020, but let's have a look. Go on then, Ian. So ELEVATEX, by the way, incredibly impressed with this software. It is very, very good. Where are we? That's Ian. There's me, and I've got a plane that I can't seem to click on. I assume it's Josh, actually, Qantas 1256, who's headed out. It says 4 of us flying back, Philip as well. Excellent. And there's the screenshot Ian's taken. Ah, oh, that's epic, isn't it? That's pretty cool. Well, are you in the iFly 737 MAX 8, are you? Is that in 2024 as well? That's amazing. It looks like it is because of the blue runway edge lights. We'll fly that next week, by the way, folks, because I was going to fly that today, and then we decided very last minute as I was setting the thumbnails up to do the A321NEO, which I'm grateful that FSLabs have sent me a copy. I was kind of umming and ahhing whether or not I bought it anyway, because I've used the CEO. I'm glad to hear, Ramp, that cycling is almost, it's as good as motorcycling for that kind of stuff, if that makes sense. So I kind of understand what you mean. It's nice being, strapped into your helmet on the machine, out in the open air, so to speak. Yeah, no wing flex, that's a big sad. That needs improvement realistically, because you see it in real life, bouncy wings with the flex, certainly on the 321NEOs and things as well, so I expect to see that improved over the next few weeks. Jack says he switched over to ELEVATEX a while back and he's never looked back, he loves it. Let's explore that a bit more, because it is one of the features of what we're kind of looking into today. Now, for the last 3 years, I've used Volanta, which is a program powered by Orbx. It's been pretty good, but it is a bit more resource heavy in comparison to this, which seems to work a lot smoother. It uses Mapbox for the map. but as you can see, it's pretty amazing. We've got the weather relay on there at the moment. You can toggle that on and off. You can plan sim brief route labels. You can toggle that on and off as well, like that, so you can actually see the waypoints, have that overlaid, which is quite cool, including the top of descent there, which is a nice way of seeing, you know, what phases of flight are over certain areas of the world. And you can also toggle ELEVATEX. I can't say it. They should have named this something else. ELEVATEX. Who else struggled to say that? Surely it's not just me. And I don't know what PACOT is. That's Pacific. I assume Pacific Crossing Oceanic Tracks. Yes. Oh, there we go. Look at that. So these are really cool features. So you can do that. It's updated twice a day. And the NAT tracks I've had on because I like the NAT tracks. There they are. Very nicely visually displayed. You can have like day-night lines as well, so you can see the curve there of the day and night. And you can have night mode, which is pretty cool. Now I've run in the scenery tab, like a thing where it sweeps through to locate your scenery that you have installed, and I've gone through and done that. So where I have got scenery, you'll see like these little blue planes that tells you what you've got installed. Look, perfect soft msfs 2024. We've got the VATSIM sectors and everything open, so all of the ATC that's online at the moment, you can kind of hover over that and see that, how long they've been online for, what the frequency is, and like Volanta as well, you can kind of see the sector mapping too, which is quite nice. Ooh, Cairo centre's on, that's nice. All around the world, you can kind of see all of that hustle and bustle. Where are we? Australia. Ah, Melbourne's on. No way. Should have tuned into Ronnie Brisbane, mate. Turn that off. We've got your sim briefing, which is really cool, so you can see all of that. You can expand your route a little bit more to see the detail, all the key bits of information, or you can view your OFP. So within it, you can check your fuel status, your routing, your diversions. You can click through these as big tabs, so you can see the NOTAMs, runway analysis as well. It's so user friendly, this, and that's what impresses me the most. It has got auto saves, so those of you who like to use that as well, that's pretty good. Fetch image, I don't know what that does. You can make it divert and all sorts of stuff as well. You can import your flights from Volanta, which is what I have done. So because of that, you can see there all of the routes I've done over the last couple of years, which is so cool. That's so cool. I love the way it displays that. It's very impressive. All over the world. Because I've imported all of my 634 tracked flights so far from Volanta, minus the one that we've just done, which was on ELEVATEX itself. And I've also pulled in all of the aeroplanes that I've flown in the past to just make things a little easier. So you can see all of the airports I've flown to in the past. Wow, that's amazing. And then I've got a little profile set up as well. No screenshots because it doesn't seem to want to work. But it gives you all sorts, like average landing performance, total fuel saved, total distance flown, and this includes all of my data from Volanta fed in as well. Select your preferred profile banner. Alright, I will. Stand by. Let's see how easy this is to do. YouTube admin. Logos. Let's see. Ah, chopping it. Let's see how it does it. Just a little test. Might take a few seconds to be fair. If you zoom into airports you get a live taxi map. That's something I missed from SimToolkit Pro as I don't have Navigraph. That's a good question actually. $350 levelling off at cruise. It is live, so I assume we would have had that. Just turn the weather radar off. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty bang on, look. When we get to Brisbane, let me know, because we'll be able to compare the two. I'll have a little look. Map, weather. Hasn't seemed to have put the banner in. Oh, there we go. Look at that little refresh. Happy days. Oh, that's how you do it. I'm just working this out with you guys as you're watching. We'll find one that's half decent. There we go. Which then means I could probably go to profile, change my banner to something else entirely. You know what, I need a little Osprey Airways screenshot to put onto it. Upload. Lovely. 777-200ER. Happy days, there you go. So it's nice and customizable as well. I think that's really quite cool. I find it a very impressive bit of kit, this. Haddam says that will come soon. They are working on that. By the way, you can see here strobes are reflecting off this pillar. That. ELEVATEX is very good, MPS Gaming, to be fair. Hatem says, how are you liking ELEVATEX? I've been part of the closed alpha for almost 2.5 years. Crikey, I didn't realise it had been going on for that long. I'm very impressed. Hopefully, I mean, what do you guys think of the overlay that you can see on your stream? Because I can't see that. But the link, if you want to try it, if you want to try ELEVATEX, it's an overly difficult name to pronounce, but if you want to try it, the link is in the description for today's live stream, so you can go and download it and have a little look. If you like to track all your flights. Failing that, as Clone Commander says, you can just follow along your flights on Volanta. If that's what you like. Let's go to Mac 80, not clacking, you're slacking. How long does it take to verify your account? Only took a few minutes for me for that email to come through. Yeah, check your spam folder as well. It's a good shout, actually. Luke, what else do you know about this FSLabs A321NEO that we could dive into and have a little look at? Have you got any cool little features that you may have spotted in the past? Because you seem to know it pretty well. You got like all your redundancy modes and things as well. Switching panel. Pit Conteras, welcome aboard. Backup speed and altitude. I mean, that's cool. I've not seen that on any aeroplanes before. Pilot 1 flight director do not use. So there's all sorts of little backup redundancy modes that are included in the aeroplane. I've not seen that feature until today, so that's pretty cool. I'd be curious to see what the GPS spoofing would look like. I wonder if that's something we can trigger. Hey Somnium. Crikey Jack, that's a while ago, mate. We need a bit of Leroy air going on. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be any specific GPS spoofing issues. But I assume it would take real world data. I'm not sure where it'd get it from. I'd need to look into it. But if you're flying over, say, northern, let's see, Flight Radar has got a GPS spoofing feature, hasn't it? So let me try and bring it up and see if I can make it work somehow. But it's not going to let me. It's not going to let me on the computer, is it? I've got volcanoes. Yeah, it depends where you're flying, doesn't it, Luke? So, you know, you can have, if you fly into an area of GPS jamming, then it will cause all sorts of chaos with the aeroplane. The ECAM going off and getting all sorts of issues. So you then have to go into like a more pure mode of flying until it's all back and fixed itself. Stefan, I have. It's on Discord in the crew room lounge thing. In the crew room chat. Cameras.config. Have you had a chance to check out the iFly Max? I was thinking on it, but decided on the FSLabs, being an Airbus fan, even having the Phoenix already claimed commander. No, so that's going to be next week. I do want to check out the iFly 737 MAX 8, but this released only 2 days ago, I think, if I've got that right. So I kind of wanted to check that instead, check this out instead for the very first time. So next week we'll do the iFly 737 MAX 8. And you have got as well Ice and standby compass. Ta-da! Hidden away. Yeah, overwhelmingly, or overall rather, I've been very impressed with this. There's a couple of little bugs here and there that we've experienced, but actually in the main it doesn't remove the enjoyment of the aeroplane. You just got to kind of bear in mind that you might have that config flap or config trim. Sorry, yeah, the config trim error on the departure, which I can't seem to solve no matter what I try. So you might get that pop up, but that's okay. Then it kind of it then normalizes and sorts itself out quite quickly after you start taking off, so it's not too bad. Heard the news for PMDG Max 8? Nothing yet. I did see there was an article where somebody got very excited that the placeholder for the website got made and got released by accident. I think it became visible and then got taken offline. So I don't know, maybe it's closer than we think. They have been very silent on it for the last couple of weeks. And months, in fact, to be fair. I can't remember what order PMDG said that they were going to be releasing their aeroplanes. So I can't remember if it was going to be the 777, 200ER, followed by the Max 8, then 747. Can't remember. Dust2 says maybe that was a deliberate tease. They're quite common, quite known for doing that, aren't they? Ian says there's a new PMDG video released today. Is there any music on it? I'm tempted to play it now and actually have a little look. Literally all of my videos on here are just planes, motorbikes, James May. That's all it is. What am I looking for? PMDG. Oh yeah, 10 hours ago we have clickbait. Should we watch it together? Set this up so I can get picture in picture. Right, here we go.
In this edition of
let's mute that a second. Oh look, I've got my own video suggested to me. There we go. Right, let's watch it together because I haven't seen this.
Coming soon from PMDG.
This is on the PMDG's YouTube channel.
777 updates coming to you next week.
Hopefully you can hear it.
Information on the 200LR, and we're in talks with Microsoft to try to unstick some of the problems we're having with Marketplace in 2024. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's Rob from the corner of the office here at PMDG, and the astute will notice that I don't appear to be in the corner today. I'm just facing the corner, which I'm sure some of the folks here at PMDG are more happy about. But I missed the window of time today where I could get this video recorded without the sun blasting in the window at my face, which just blows out all the colors and lets you see how terrible my complexion is. So I had to pivot everything around so that I could get this recorded and get it off to you in time for the weekend. We've got a bunch of stuff to talk about. We've got some updates for the 777s coming out next week. We're going to be updating the entire fleet of 777s to build 115. This build is predominantly a sweep up of some small annoyance items that have been brought to our attention that we're tracking in our software that we found during our own debugging and things that have been reported to us by our tech support team. So early next week, be watching the Operations Center for a whole suite of updates for the 777 fleet. Other good news for the 777 fleet, the 200LR is in beta testing. It went into beta testing over the weekend. It took us a couple of days longer to get that spooled up than we thought it did, just some back-end stuff that we needed to get sorted out. That product I expect will be in beta testing for a very short period of time. The product was very mature before it went into beta testing because it had benefited from some of the work we were doing on the 777W right before it. Either way, I think we'll have that
Hey Tim.
released
ground service the GSX link.
Keeping in mind that the first week of July there's a kind of a semi-major
Although it remained
holiday
until
here
after
in the United
takeoff,
States,
till
so
takeoff
I'm not
inhibit
sure
mode
how much time we will
enabled
get
itself
to
on the runway.
focusing on getting that released on that week, so it might even slide a little bit further. We also have flights at Expo in there.
I missed that.
Keep in
Let's
mind
go
that
back.
the first week of July there's a kind of a semi-major holiday here in the United States, so I'm not sure how much time we will get to focusing on getting that released on that week, so it might even slide a little bit from some of the work we were doing on the 777W right before it. Either way, it benefited from some of the work we were doing on the 777W.
What are they talking about?
That we needed to get sorted out. That product I expect will be in beta testing for a very short period of time, just some back-end stuff that we needed to get sorted out. That, it took us a couple of fleet. The 200LR is in beta
200LR,
testing.
there we go. So the 200LR might slip through into July.
Days longer to get that spooled up. Keep in mind that the first week of July there's a kind of a semi. Not sure how much time we will get to focusing on getting that released on that week, so it might even slide a little bit further. We also have flights at Expo in there as well, which is going to take some time and attention from a good portion of the team. So you might see it beginning of the first week of July. You might see it beginning of the second week of July, but it's coming to you, and we're kind of happy to have that one done. That will wrap up for us the 777 program for the current crop of 777s. There might be a 777X coming at some point in the future. We're still talking with Boeing about that, but for now, those 4 products will make the stable of the 777 fleet. After the 777 is done, we are moving on to an update program for the 737. We've been working on this since November, and it's too early to give you a release estimate timeline for that.
That's a shame.
But we're excited to be able to report that we have spent the last 10 days or so going through some of the machinations in the Microsoft Marketplace process that assures us that we will be able to get this product to our customers that already own the NG in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and we'll be able to do it at a very, very low cost. I was worried about how that process was going to work. Before I promised you that, I wanted to make sure that we really knew how that was going to work. We know how it's going to work now. We've actually seen it in operation, and we're pretty happy with it. Additionally, that will cover folks in the marketplace genre. Additionally, we have had one of our vendors working on the own in-house system, so we'll be able to share the exact same process with customers who purchase directly from PPG.com, which is exciting. So we'll be able to do that for all of our 737 customers once the NGs are made available in 2024. Be a very, very small upgrade charge, and then you'll have that product in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
Cool. So there won't be it won't be free.
Why we don't just
It'll
dump
be a
the
small
2020
cost.
version into 24. There's a number of reasons for that. We are well aware that all of us, including me, believed that the 2020 products that we had already produced would work well in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And to some extent they kind of do if you drag and drop and manipulate some files. But we have been able to look at those using some debug processes, and believe me when I tell you that there's some instability there that will come back to bite you. So we want to make sure that you have a good customer experience with the 737 in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. So we are going to have to reshuffle that product in order to make it fit and make it work properly and make it stable. In doing that, we are also upgrading a few things about the airplane, some things that we didn't quite get to with the 2020 version. So we're going to upgrade those so that a couple cups of coffee that we're going to ask for that we think will be well worth it, and we think you'll be pretty happy with how it all.
It sounds like it's going to be about $10 then. A couple of cups of coffee.
Let's talk about sounds for a minute. On the
$5 each
777,
per
we
cup
have
of coffee.
a whole suite of new sounds coming that are expected out sometime in July. The development process for that has been ongoing even before we released the 777s into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I've been hearing them. They're spectacular. We expect those will be done fairly soon, and we hope to get those delivered to you in July. The 737 will also get a whole new suite of sounds. We have completely re-engineered the sound recording process, the sound processing process. Has to be a better way to say that. But we have a whole new suite of tools and skill sets on board at PMDG that are really going to make the 737 hum and sing, and we're very excited about that. There has been a whole bunch of scuttlebutt running around the internet lately, and we all know if you read it on the internet, it must be true. There's been a whole bunch of scuttlebutt on the internet saying that we're getting ready to release our 737 MAX. I even read that we were going to release it at FlightSim Expo, which would be a bigger surprise to me than it is to you, because allegedly I know what's going on here. We're not releasing a 737 MAX at Expo. We have a back-end process going on at PMDG where we're working on some of our infrastructure systems, and we occasionally use dead product links. And we have a MAX dead product link right now that's been being used by one of our vendors for some things. It's been live since the 10th of May, and somebody stumbled into it yesterday and ran off and started saying that it was evidence that we were getting ready to release this product.
Standard.
We're not. The information that I last gave you on the MAX was that we had that product on hold because of some work we are doing related to MAX that requires we have a firewall between what we do for retail customers, which you are, and enterprise customers, which they are. And we want to maintain that firewall and make sure that that stays separate. So MAX is coming. It's not coming right now, I can tell you that. But if you kind of look at our development schedule and see what we're working on, I think you'll probably figure out roughly where it might be. I mean, after all, we've got the whole range of NG updates for the 737 coming. We've got a whole fleet of 747s, and there's some other stuff out there that we haven't really been telling you about. Maybe it fits in there. Anyway, it's not coming at Expo. That I can promise you. What is coming at Expo, we've got some fun stuff for you at Expo. We got some stickers, which I'm not going to show you because I forgot to bring them into the room before I started filming this, and I'm not going to film it a sixth time.
Disappointed I'm not going to get
stickers. But you'll have to come to Expo so you can see them. But we have this little gem right here.
Hey.
See that? Recognize it? Listen, it's clicky. See? Mm-hmm.
Straight from the 777.
If you want one, come to Expo. We got boxes of them. Anyway, I don't expect we'll have a video update for you next week because we're going to be traveling up to FlightSim Expo in Providence.
Oh, well, that's interesting. So somebody basically heard or saw a PMDG Enterprise 737 MAX 8 and then decided that must be legit and it must be what they're going to put into this sim. But it is not the case. And if you go to FlightSim Expo, you get some pens. Right, where are we? Luke, no worries. I think it's important, even if something's good or bad, that depending on what it is, because some of the stuff like Captain Sim are like completely dreadful and they don't deserve even bad press. But yeah, some things it's important that we show it off anyway. I keep clicking on flight control replay by accident. Because it helps people be informed as to whether or not they want to part with their cash or not. For this, or if they indeed wait for the Phoenix A321NEO. But I'm not sure when that's going to be coming. Let's see what we've got weather-wise. 80 miles or 100-ish miles to top of descent. So let's get the Brisbane METAR for a nighttime arrival. Tim, I'm really enjoying it. There's a couple of bugs that we've come across in relation to that centre of gravity trim, but otherwise pretty amazing. External sounds disappointing, but I suppose they would argue that you don't hang your head out the window of an A321NEO at 35,000 feet to listen to the exterior sounds. So but they haven't put them in at all. You can see what I mean there. But even like the emissives and the textures and the strobes are by far better than most of the Airbus options I've seen. In fact, most of the airplanes I've seen, to be fair. Oh, Ian, that's no good. Sorry, buddy. Have a good night. And the contrails are pretty spectacular as well. It depends if you want a Neo or if you're happy with just the CEO flight sim. But if you've got the CEO version, there is a thing on their website which allows you to get, I think somebody said it was a $10 off code to make buying the Neo version a bit cheaper. But that's up to you, matey. It's hard to tell. Does the printer work? I'm not sure. There is an option to print. I mean, look at the nav lights. Most of the aeroplanes in 2024 don't seem to have decent visible nav lights, but they've managed it somehow with this. I don't know if the printer works. I think when you click print, from what I remember, I'll have to look at the manual, or someone in the chat will know, but when you click print for, say, a meta or a printout of a message that you might have been sent, it actually prints from your physical printer that you have set as your default printer in your computer if it's turned on. So it won't actually print out of here, from what I understand. It'll put, there you go, Reese, thank you matey. Yeah, it only works with a physical printer. Right, where's that meta? QNH 1028, still very high. Temperature 15. Mag wind 210 at 7. Minimums. Do you guys want to see the nighttime arrival? Or do you want to see us move the time back? Let me know. 220. Where are we? Bootbox, Besbo. 2.6 tons of fuel. So yeah, we've got warning now, fuel below 3 tons. Night for you, Jack. No worries, buddy. Done. We shall stick with it. Oh, also, where's the map light? I have to turn this on again, aren't I? Go, the map light works. We get that illuminating dash. Different kind of amounts of brightness. Quite a nice option if you want to maybe, for example, drop the dome lights. You can kind of illuminate those bits. You can have a little bit of floodlighting around the back of the pedestal as well if you wish. It's also got, let me just turn this back on again because we're still exploring lots of little things. It's got your little table. I know some people really like that stuff. Folds away. Multi-pilot can do, mate, yeah, if you want. I've configured for 1.6 left. Sorry, 1.9 left. Crikey. Smoker 1 Alpha arrival. Still got a whopper of a crosswind, look at that. 102 knots. Yeah, the Starship's got that clone commander, the little headphone jack that's down here by the yoke. You click it and it will then turn noise cancelling versions on and off. Well, I suppose in an aeroplane like this, you don't really need it because it's quite quiet anyway, isn't it? Let's set of fixed wings up, shall we? So what have we got? Gar2's at 5.2. So we should have YBBM19 left. YBBN19 left. And we'll do 4,000s at 12. So 12 miles we've got to be on the glide at 4. Yuri, welcome. 016. And another fixed ring. This time we're selecting. We've got 12. So one a bit further out. We've got extended centre lines drawn as well this time. Just going to check the data to make sure we haven't got any discontinuities or anything like that to consider. And we'll compare this against the actual arrival. So what have we got here? Op gap below 12. Garth above 8. Burp between 5 and 7. That has us at 7. Igbon at 5. It's above 4. MSIT max 230 knots. Evil and then Betso max 185 knots at 4,000 feet. So quite slow, 15 miles out, max 185 knots. It's very slow. On arrival, we're going to be on 19 left. We'll work down, probably vacate Alpha 6, if not Alpha 7. Alpha 6 is most reasonable though, I think, because it's 1.5, well, it's halfway down the runway, so that's most logical, isn't it? Alpha 6, and then we'll come off onto Bravo, through Charlie 3 Tango. We'll pick one of the stands that we left before, which is stand 26. We'll go back to stand 26. And we shall see what happens. Let's go to real time. So it's 2 in the morning in Australia at the moment, in Brisbane. We'll have low order brake. Radnav, make sure this is tuned, matching the charts. So we've got 110.1 IBS, 196 of the inbound course. The VORs are set to auto tune at the moment. We could manually set that if you want. Track 196 at Benina, Brisbane NH. Not below 500, turn left, track 166, climb to 4,000 as directed. Which A320 Jack? Phoenix. Let me have a little look. Should work. VATSIM.to. Yes, it's not been updated to work with 2024, but I'm sure somebody's used it with it in the past. What did they do? I think, is it as a separate aeroplane, Jack? Have a little look at your hangar once you've installed it. It might not be shown as a livery inside the A320, but it might be next to it as its own A320, if that makes sense. Yuri says, the issue that you had with the ECAM message, did you check that the MCDU had the same takeoff trim setting as the centre of gravity unit? I can't remember now if it matched. Everything looked like it matched from memory. I might have to go back and check. Let's set 12. So that'll take us down towards... We'll set 11. Basically just above transition. Or at transition. Set manage speed, manage descent. We'll start top of descent early. Yeah, some of the liveries, Jack, that are in 2024 are liveries from 2020, but they still work in like a compatibility mode where, for some reason, in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, they display as their own aeroplane rather than a livery within the main aircraft structure in the Sims hangar thing, if that makes sense. Probably not, maybe I haven't explained that very well. I should have a thermostat for this room, because it feels like it's about 45 degrees Celsius. 26. I mean, that's well cool. That's very realistic looking. Best strobes and nav lights and beacon reflections I've seen in the sim. In this sim at least so far. Somebody was asking about the taxiway lettering and things. It is on ELEVATEX. You can see there like Bravo 5, Charlie 3 Tango. So you can kind of navigate around. See the international apron. It's like a 747. Can't see any. Mind you, BA doesn't fly to Brisbane, does it? So, pull that weather radar back on. The weather radar at the minute. Just wrong button. Sorry, folks. 2 seconds. Mashing all the buttons. That's the weather radar over Brisbane at the minute. Yuri says he's bought the Neo. It's really quite super. It is pretty cool. I'm very impressed. Sam says, what's your opinion on the A321NEO? I was thinking about getting it, but with Phoenix making theirs soon, it's a hard decision. It is a tough decision. Depends which one you might prefer more. If you want to just, get one and get it used. Phoenix have got a much nicer sort of cabin environment and an easier to navigate tablet layout, and the way that syncs with SimBrief into the MCDU, for example. But this has got much better GSX integration. It's almost part of the aircraft, and things like the emissives and everything are a lot better. The contrails that you see out the back of the airplane are a lot better. I find that handling this in manual flight is a lot better. Even the A321CEO from FSLabs. I find that the hand flying of the FSLabs Airbus airplanes are a lot better than the Phoenix Airbus. You know, like if you take the weird landing bug that they had for a little while, that hasn't happened in this. So the flight model and the characteristics of the FSLabs Airbus seems to be a lot more realistic and accurate. And you can, as Yuri says in here, I think we might need to be a bit closer. Is it in here? Yeah, so we've got to get a bit closer. We can then mark inside the tablet what's stand and things. I don't know if there's a way to do it in here. Let's just have a little fiddle about and see what it gives us. Stand, there you go. Stand 26. Although, do we want stand 26? Because that wasn't that was a remote stand. Just check some parking stands. Let's go for 24. Stand 24. We don't need the crew bus. Let's ask for the arrivalatus. And not sure if they will have done it. Let's request to follow me. So I think that's pre-planned now. Daniel says he finds the FSLabs A321CEO fantastic. He owns both Phoenix and the FSLabs Airbus. They're both brilliant aeroplanes and they both have their quirks. Precisely, that's well said. Because they both are very, very, very good. They are both superb. But I feel like this is just a bit more in-depth from a flight deck perspective. And it's got a little bit more intuitive integration with things like GSX. And maintenance is a lot more hands-on, a lot more important with this, with the MEL tech log. Every time you get into an aeroplane in this, you've got to check the tech log because you might have something that's then a defect the next time you fly, for example. I really like the sounds in the Phoenix. I like them both, so that's where it's very difficult to judge between the two. But yeah, it depends what you want to get out of it. For some people, like Sam says, they can't shake that sour taste from all of the drama with the test.exe stuff in P3D days when they were installing malware into people's computers. Some people can't shake that, and that's understandable because once that trust is breached for people, I'm the same. Once you breach that trust as a customer, I'm done. But I haven't experienced that myself, and I'd like to think, as a newer customer for FSLabs, getting into msfs for the first time a few years back, I'd like to think they probably learned from that and they're not doing that anymore. But I completely get it as well. The cabin in the Phoenix A321 is just superb. It's so good. But I find the flight handling, the characteristics of this in manual flight is a lot better. Well, I don't have experience of what happened in the past, the one to the left. Some people do, like Sam. You reflect on that, and you had to actually kind of deal with that, whereas I've not had that problem. So all I've done is kind of read from stories and bits. But if they're not doing that anymore, I'm not going to hold that against them, because I wasn't even simming when all that was happening. I don't even know what year that was, actually, to be fair. Yeah, they've had a turbulent history. 2017. That's when they did that. Discovered by a Reddit user called Cranky Recursion. Oh, that in itself is inexcusable. It is inexcusable, and it's, in fairness, pretty unforgivable as well, even now. So. But almost 10 years ago now, so I'd like someone to dive through the files to see if, like that Reddit user did, to see if they're doing anything like that anymore. Still. And if they're not, and they're quite clearly not, then that needs to be kind of like explained. But if they are, then that needs to be pulled out as well. But it's a hard one, isn't it? But hey, all I want to do is show you guys the differences between this, Phoenix, all that kind of stuff. Let you all make that decision yourself. Dust 2, have a good one, mate. Tons of revision for you ahead. Keep at it. I'm sure you're going to do really well. Passing Garth. We'll keep it going down to 4. Through the transition. What be the QNH? YBBN. Hey Chris Packett. How are you, buddy? These things are always optional. Cost of living crisis and all that as well. Don't feel you have to. Only do it if you want to. Bobby says he was a customer at the time, had no problem with it. Yes, it's just, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? I don't know. It was in 2017, so I would like to think they've sorted their act out, cleaned themselves up, but at the same time, if they still haven't acknowledged it and the same person is working for them, there needs to be kind of, that still needs to be addressed. No worries, multi-pilot. How close are you, mate? Oh, crikey. He's there. Do you want me to slow down? You slowed right down. Crikey. Mind you, actually, no, we're doing a parallel approach, aren't we? It's tough, isn't it, Jack? Because some people will not have a problem with it, as Bobby said. Some people find it so fundamentally unethical that they can never forgive it. And again, both are fine. Both are completely entitled to their thoughts and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to say what no to one and no to and yes to another, because that's not reasonable. Everyone has their reasons founded for their own reasons, if that makes sense. Right, we're getting a bit tight, I think, multi-pilot, so I'm going to vector. Chris, thank you, buddy. Yeah, you're not wrong, Chris Backett. There's a whole lot of weather over there. Through Brisbane, actually. Shall I vector? Shall I not? Yes, let's be safe. 08, 13. Look at that, it's a superb effect. I mean, that's pretty cool. It even makes it look like the cloud is kind of covering the engines, which you don't see in a lot of other aeroplanes. I'm not speeding yet. Doing bang on 250. Max 230 at MSIT. I'll bring the speed down now. Out of the cloud. Live time, live weather now. Into Brisbane. Oh, that's a point. Where's the old seatbelt sign? Oh, you turned it on. Hold on me. It's nice seeing the cloud kind of reflect back off the landing lights and things. Max 230, Betso 185. Let's go to green dot. Approach mode. Cool, so we've got, let's see if we can spot him. There he is, multi-pilot. I can't even take a screenshot. Oh, that one recognises. Finally. The only one today. And it's going on to ELEVATEX now, just as he disappears underneath. 7075. Or let's get rid of the music. Get me charts. So I'm intentionally going a little wide here. Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165s, airborne, currently in descent. QNH 1020, A321NEO. 4,000 feet vectoring to the ILS 19 left for a parallel approach. Brisbane. $4,000 at Betso. He's turning in. Flaps 1. Where is he? Down there somewhere. Approach mode. Armed, and we're capturing. Yeah, I mean, this is superb. It's really nicely done. Very immersive, all that kind of stuff. I really like it. Look at that. I mean, look at that. Let me just keep the speed up a sec. 185. Pilot 2, let me just quickly go here and then listen to this. But look at the cloud. It's so good. Superb aeroplane. They have done a genuinely fantastic job. 40 pilots down there somewhere. Can he see him? He's a little bit ahead. Staggered approach. Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. There's my wing light. Just turn that off. Don't need it. And we're on the glide. It is a shame about the exterior sounds. They should be a lot better. So 4,000 is our missed approach. Keep the speed up. 185 for now. Until we get a bit closer. Get to 10 miles, we'll bring it to 8 miles, we'll bring it to 160. Good to know, Yuri. Thank you, mate. It is, isn't it, Sam? And we've got ground spoilers on, auto brake low, lights, and signs. Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165 is final approach, ILS 19 left, 8 miles to land, Brisbane. 80% engine sounds, Yuri.
2,500.
Unless you can tell me where they are now. Get down, set 160, flaps 3. Cloak Commander, is there a way to change the announcements they make? I don't really want them being always British. I'm not sure, mate. Don't think so. So a quick check of the terrain map as well. We've not seen that today. Look at that. Very nice. Big shemesh. There's multi-pilot. Just there, right in the middle of the screen. On the parallel approach, 19 right. Five miles. Just realised that one's still on standard. The rest are synced. Look at that. There you go. 8, 9. Sorry about that. Definitely an issue with the way that that loads in. It's a bit buggy and a bit weird. Norman, welcome. They are by far the best emissives I've seen. And that cloud effect is superb. Right, let's focus. Decelerate time. Let's think ahead. Getting a bit distracted with the views. Almost had to go around. What do we got? Get down. 3 green. All brakes low. That's stable. Landing memos, no blue. Oh, is it the Norman from FSLabs? Welcome. Autopilot off.
100 above.
High controls.
Minimum.
Continue. Let us sink a little bit there, sloppy me. This hand flies a lot better than
300.
to be fair. Just arresting that rate of descent a tiny little bit, just to get us back on the
200.
on the pappies nicely. Wind is a slight crosswind, 6 knots.
100.
Okay. Well, I'm happy with that rate of descent anyway.
50. 40.
Go
30.
ahead.
20. Retard. Retard.
Touchdown. It does snap down at the nose wheel quite quick though on the runway, and notice that as we landed at Hamilton Island as well. That's with back pressure still on touchdown. Reverse green, decel, brakes low. Alpha 6 is coming up, manual brakes. 60 knots. Pedal the tiller. There we go. Back down with 15 knots. Let's have a look at this. Brisbane traffic, JetStar 165 is vacated at Alpha 6, taxiing stand 24 via Bravo and Tango.
JetStar 46, take off from runway 19 left.
24 with safe dock. You've got to follow me coming apparently. So we can come here just to a little bit of a stop. Pop the landing lights off. I like how both turn off at the same time. Strobes, master switch, 2, 3, start. Skrrr! Kimi Räikkönen. Welcome to Brisbane, everybody. Let's go to ground spoilers disarmed, flaps up. Amazing noises. There you go. So Norman's answering Clone Commander's your question there, matey. In relation to announcements and sounds, where is he going? Basically saying, we announcements use an airline pack and get, for example, the Australian accents with JetStar. Oh, he's going that way. Of course he is. So ground handling on the ground is very, very good. I've never used X-Plane, Ramo. I've only ever used Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 and now 2020 as well. Did I have the wrong QNH set? Oh my god, I did. That's shocking. That's some bad drills by me, getting very distracted. CMO standby. That's greyed out. I love that new panel there, it's pretty snazzy. That's APU's good. That's off completely. Painting poor ground handler with radar. Rudder trim is 0. Reset. Luke, what do you think about version 2 Brisbane compared to version 1? I don't remember how version 1 was, but he bought V2 today, FPS Gaming in the chat, so I think overall it is a big improvement. There are some glaring issues with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 and the way that it loads the LODs that makes a lot of the textures seem very blurry to begin with, and then eventually they load. Ian said earlier he reckons that'll probably be solved once, for example, you get the downloadable elements that you can get from Sim Update 3 onwards that people have been talking about, so perhaps that might solve a lot of the problems. But otherwise really nice. I think they need to sort out some of the glaring quality control issues with Brisbane version 2, so Orbx need to go back through and look at the train that's smaller than the height of the platform by quite a bit. That's a glaring mistake that shouldn't really be there. It should have been picked up in the testing element for the scenery prior to release, I think. It's just seemingly a bit lazy with the reverse textures of the vending machines and things like that. But they are easily solved, aren't they? So things like the ground textures and the taxiway lights, all that stuff is really cool. The night lighting looks good from the airside areas, but the hotels look quite poor with the really old style of kind of P3D-esque emissives. But overall quite nice. I think if you've got version 1, I'd check that out and refresh your memory and compare it against this to see if you'd want to upgrade. I remember version 1 being very heavy on performance, so this one's not so much. 24. In relation to the FSLabs A321NEO, really enjoyable. There's a couple of the centre of gravity disagree that we kept getting on both departures. Not sure what's triggered that. It might just be that I've missed a button somewhere, but it might be a bug. Who knows? I'm not really sure how to kind of check and verify, because we went through and I'm fairly confident I didn't miss anything on either of the departures, but we had the issue anyway. Even with the help of Luke in the chat earlier, that was kind of giving us a couple of ideas. The GSX integration is incomparable to anything else on offer. It's just so good. Almost completely automatic, which is quite remarkable. Sounds, interior, excellent. Exterior on the ground, there we go, really nice. And the textures and everything look fantastic. Let's take another screenshot. What the? Take another screenshot. So yeah, I really like it. Before we turn all the bits off as well, let me just turn the floodlights on so you can see these in all the glory, fully illuminated. In fact, what we wanted to do is pull one of these just to see what happens. There you go, first officer's wiper. I've pulled the circuit breaker. Doesn't work. That's amazing. Could have done that one in flight. Wiper captain. What have we got? Exterior. So we can pop a circuit breaker for a light. So we have runway turn off light left. Let me just fiddle around with that. Hey, look at that! The left one's not working, the right one is. So little things like that, superb bits of realism. The MEL log, the kind of realistic failures and all that sort of stuff, amazing. Really, really quite remarkable. Textures, all the rest of it. I can't fault it, it's really enjoyable. 2 sectors now, and it's just been very, very fun. Let's get the APU's done. Let's get the engines off. Michael, it's tough. I would say FSLabs has, I think, much deeper system depth. For me, the standout is the actual hand flying of the aeroplane. I find the hand flying of this a lot nicer. I find the Phoenix can be very buggy. I mean, look at the flare, for example, on the Phoenix A321. They've not really solved that yet. I do love both products, but they've not really solved that massive flare where it just floats forever down the runway. Whereas this is just polished. It's nice. You don't have to worry about any of that. And then look, there we go. Engines have gone down to a certain point. I've just tapped services. Beacon's off and it's gone, right, okay, well we're ready to deboard. Fantastic. Okay, I'll pop the chocks in anyway. And it's automatically triggered this. Got the door on lock, let's unlock it. I'd like there to be a way to make this a bit darker so the cabin lighting isn't so bright. Yeah, look at that. What do you guys think? Because it is superb. Not tried Sim Update 3, Yuri. Sounds like you're on it though, so fingers crossed it's pretty good for you. Yeah, you just need to download like custom airline packs. I can't find any for JetStar though. Maybe it's somewhere that I can download online instead that I've not found yet. That's disembarking, and we've got the ground services fired up, getting the bags off as well. There we go, 2 sectors in Australia on VATSIM with the new FSLabs A321NEO. I think that's pretty epic for an aeroplane add-on. If you want a Neo and you want a big A321, perfect. Phoenix, of course, are also working on one, so it's just a question of whether or not you would want to wait for that or go for this. But this is a pretty complete package, to be honest, and it works exactly as you would expect it to. The one to the left says about the floating ground effect issue with the blog post. They've mentioned that a few times over the past, and they've said they've tweaked it and fixed it, and they still haven't, unfortunately. So I'm not. I'll remain. Oh yeah, I'll remain kind of patient. And hope they do solve it, because like I said, I love their products as well. Both are superb, which makes it difficult to choose from, but hopefully you've found this stream today enjoyable. Into Hamilton Island with a very congested airspace, with a little bit of an impromptu aborted approach, because we hadn't really committed to the full approach yet. We're just turning final, so don't really know what you'd call that. Yeah, very, very enjoyable aeroplane. If you want to get your hands on this epic aircraft or any of the scenery included in today's live stream, AU Scenes Hamilton Island, for example, or Orbx Brisbane version 2, or indeed want to have a little look at ELEVATEX, that new tracking software, which is pretty epic, have a look at the description for today's live stream. We've got one thing left to do, and that is review our flight on ELEVATEX to see how we did on the touchdown. Landing rate 164 feet per minute. There it is. 131 knots, 107 G. We've got punctual performance rating there. It talks about takeoff, off blocks, landing times, on blocks, and the weather. We can also load in, because for some reason now, 2 sectors in, it suddenly started working. We can pop in our screenshots. So I'll make them upload all 5. There we go. Happy days. I don't want to delete it though. I think I almost deleted it. Enjoying the rest of the weekend if you're in the UK. Enjoy the rest of the heat wave, and as always, a big thank you to FSLabs for sending me a copy to have a little look at for their new product today. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hit like before you head off, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Thanks for watching.